Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about a case that shook the city of Hull, England, in the winter of 2019. It's a story about a young woman with her whole life ahead of her, a cold February night, and the kind of evil that hides in plain sight. This is the story of Libby Squire. I want you to settle in. Take a deep breath. This story is told slowly, carefully, so you can simply listen and let your mind wander through the details as you drift off. Liberty Anna Squire, everyone called her Libby, was 21 years old in January 2019. She was a philosophy student at the University of Hull, originally from West Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. If you'd asked anyone who knew her, they'd tell you she was creative, funny, with a wicked sense of humor that could light up a room. She loved alternative music, the kind that makes you feel something deep. She was close to her friends, close to her family, the kind of person who sent good morning texts and always checked in after a night out. After the Christmas break, Libby was returning to Hull at the end of January to start lectures again. Her friends were excited to see her. They'd missed her energy, her laugh, the way she made everything feel more alive. Hull is a port city in East Yorkshire, sitting where the River Hull meets the Humber estuary. It's a working-class city with a proud history. But like many university towns, it has pockets where students gather, terraced houses converted into shared accommodations, streets lined with takeaways and late-night shops. Wellesley Avenue, where Libby lived, was one of those streets. Close-knit, the kind of place where neighbors knew each other, where you'd wave as you passed by. Thursday, January 31st, 2019, was a freezing night, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible, that seeps through your coat and settles in your bones. But when you're 21 and surrounded by friends you haven't seen in weeks, the cold doesn't matter as much. That evening, around 8:30, Libby left her student home at Wellesley Avenue with her friends. They walked to another student house on Cromer Street, chatting and catching up. They had drinks there, sharing stories, laughing about the break, making plans for the term ahead. Around 11 o'clock, they decided to head to the Welly, a nightclub and music venue at the junction of Wellington Lane and Beverly Road. They arrived at 11:20, but here's where the night took its first unfortunate turn. The door staff wouldn't let Libby enter. She was too intoxicated, they said. The cold air, the alcohol, it had caught up with her, made her unsteady on her feet. Her friends didn't abandon her. They called a taxi. They made sure she got in. They even paid the fare back to Wellesley Avenue. They did everything right. They were good friends. They watched the taxi pull away, carrying Libby home where she'd be safe, where she'd sleep it off and text them in the morning with a funny complaint about her hangover. The taxi dropped Libby off at her house at around 11:30, but Libby never went inside. 10 minutes later, around 11:40, Libby was seen about half a mile away on Beverly Road. Somehow in those 10 minutes, everything had gone wrong. Later, investigators would piece together what happened. Libby had lost her house keys. They'd fallen into a neighbor's garden. In her state, intoxicated, disoriented, the cold now working its way into her system, she couldn't find them. She couldn't get inside. So she wandered. Witnesses would later describe seeing her crying and sobbing in the street. Some tried to help her. 2 men found her lying in the snow near the junction of Haworth Road and Beverly Road. They tried to get her up, tried to talk to her, but she was incoherent and aggressive. Eventually, they gave up. Picture this, a young woman alone crying, falling repeatedly to the ground. The prosecutor would later describe her as likely hypothermic at this point, in deep distress, having fallen repeatedly to the floor as she tried to walk. She needed help. She needed someone to take her somewhere warm, somewhere safe. And someone did stop. But he wasn't there to help. His name was Paweł Rilowicz. He was 26 years old, married, a father of 2 children. He worked as a butcher. To anyone who knew him casually, he probably seemed unremarkable. Rilowicz had come to England from Poland. He'd met his wife Jagoda on a dating website in 2016. They'd met in person only a few times before she moved from Poland to live with him in Hull. They had a life together. A home on Raglan Street. 2 young children. From the outside, it looked normal. But Paweł Rilowicz had a secret life. Since July 2017, he had been committing an escalating series of sexual offenses in Hull. It started with voyeurism, watching couples through windows. In July 2017, a woman sharing an intimate moment with her boyfriend spotted him spying on them through her ground floor bedroom window. Then came the burglaries. In December 2017, he broke into a house and stole 3 vibrators. In other incidents, he stole sex toys, condoms, women's underwear, photographs of women. He kept these items as trophies. The pattern was escalating. In January 2019, less than 3 weeks before Libby went missing, Rilowicz publicly masturbated in front of groups of women on 2 separate occasions. In one incident, he followed the women home and ejaculated onto the front door of their house. He left evidence everywhere, DNA, fingerprints, but he'd never been caught because he had no criminal record. His DNA wasn't in any database. He was invisible to the system. On the night of February 1st, 2019, Rilowicz was prowling the streets of Hull, looking for an easy target. The jury would later watch hours of CCTV footage showing Rilowicz cruising around the student area of Hull in his silver Vauxhall Astra during the hours before Libby's disappearance. The prosecution told the court that they believed Rilowicz was driving around that night looking for a victim to spy on, to masturbate at. The prosecutor described how Rilowicz had spent the evening patrolling the streets, looking for an opportunity to present itself to him. And then he saw Libby. CCTV footage taken between 11:57 p.m. on January 31st and 12:08 a.m. on February 1st showed Rilowicz leaving his vehicle, walking past Libby, and crossing Beverly Road. Later footage showed him return to his vehicle. He opened his car and sat in the driver's seat with the door open and both of his legs on the pavement. Another car, a Renault Scenic, passed by. The prosecutor suggested Rilowicz was biding his time until that car had gone. Then he made his move. The prosecution said Libby inadvertently strayed into his path after he parked his silver Vauxhall Astra on Horth Street. The footage shows him approaching Libby at around midnight. They both walked towards Horth Street. CCTV footage showed the moment Libby got into the front passenger side of Rilowitz's silver Vauxhall Astra, parked in Haworth Street shortly after midnight on February 1st. We'll never know exactly what he said to her. Did he promise to help? Did he say he'd take her somewhere warm? Or did he force her? The prosecutor said whether Libby was forced into the vehicle physically, an act that would not have been difficult given her condition, or whether she was persuaded to enter it on the promise of assistance may never be clear from the CCTV footage alone. What we do know is this: it was the last known footage of Libby alive. The car left Horth Street and traveled to Oak Road playing fields. Arriving at 12:11 a.m., Oak Road playing fields is a patch of open space in Hull, backing onto residential homes. During the day, it's where children play, where dog walkers pass through. At night, especially on a freezing February night, it's deserted, dark, isolated. A resident whose home backed onto the field would later testify in court. Sam Alfred said he woke up at 12:14 a.m. and a minute or two later heard the first scream. He described hearing desperate screams that lasted for 7 minutes. He also saw a man running away from the fields. When asked to describe how the man was moving, Alfred said he was walking with an urgency, with his head straight forward, like he wanted to get off the park. CCTV showed Rilowitz's silver Astra heading back from the playing fields at 12:22 a.m., returning to Raglan Street where he lived with his wife and children. But that wasn't the end. 2 hours later, at 2:25 a.m., Rilowicz was seen on CCTV walking across Raglan Street, before his Astra traveled back to Oak Road, playing fields for a third and final time that night. This visit lasted just over 4 minutes. The reason he returned is still unclear. After this third visit, the jury was shown CCTV footage of Rilowicz performing a sex act in Newland Avenue, close to his home in the early hours of February 1st. Detective Constable James Grandage testified, Libby Squires not seen on CCTV again after arriving at Oak Road playing fields. She was gone. A few hours later, Libby's friends realized no one had heard from her. They always texted each other when they got home safely. The silence was unusual. In the cold of the night and the early hours of the morning, Libby's friends searched and searched. They went to her favorite takeaway place. They checked all the taxi companies in the area. Libby's mother, Lisa, was working the night shift and was surprised to find that her daughter hadn't texted her during the night. Just after 1 a.m., Lisa had received a phone call from one of Libby's friends saying they couldn't find her. The panic set in quickly. This wasn't like Libby. What followed became the largest missing person search in the history of Humberside Police. More than 100 police officers and staff searched for evidence. Specialist teams searched nearby bodies of water, including the River Hull and the Beverly and Barnston Drain, which was partially frozen. In the days following Squire's disappearance, her parents, Russell and Lisa Squire, made public appeals for information for her return. The city of Hull held its breath. Posters went up, social media campaigns spread. Everyone was looking for Libby. Everyone hoped she'd be found safe, maybe confused, maybe hurt, but alive. Days passed, then weeks. Police teams painstakingly trawled through hundreds and hundreds of hours of CCTV footage to put together a timeline of events from the moment Libby was refused entry to the nightclub. That's when they saw him, Paul Relowitz, in his silver Vauxhall Astra, circling the area, intercepting Libby, driving away with her. On February 6, just under a week after Libby disappeared, Paul Relowitz was arrested on suspicion of her abduction. On February 10th, he was charged with 5 unrelated sexual and burglary offenses committed between December 2017 and January 2019, but was not at the time charged with any offenses in relation to Libby's disappearance. At the time of his arrest, Relowitz was found to be in possession of a pink holdall containing sex toys, female underwear and photographs of women, all of which he had stolen in burglaries. His semen and saliva were found on some of the items. But where was Libby? On March 20th, 2019, approximately 7 weeks after Libby disappeared, a woman's body was discovered by fishermen in the Humber estuary close to Grimsby Docks. A gold necklace bearing the letter L was still hanging around her neck. The following day, the body was identified as Libby Squire. It was not possible for police to determine the cause of death because of how long the body had been in the water. Dr. Matthew Lyall, a Home Office pathologist, conducted a post-mortem examination on March 21st at Hull Royal Infirmary. He told the court that Libby's bruised body had been found with neck marks, squeeze marks. The water had taken its toll. 7 weeks submerged in the cold. Estuary had decomposed her body to the point where determining exactly how she died became nearly impossible. But the evidence was building. When Relowitz's DNA was discovered in Libby's body, he could no longer deny that he'd had contact with her. On October 24th, 2019, while still in prison for the earlier sexual and burglary offenses, Relowitz was charged with the rape and murder of Libby Squire. He claimed it was consensual. He told 5 different versions of what happened that night. The trial eventually commenced on January 12th, 2021, and lasted 4.5 weeks. The prosecution painted a clear picture. They told the court that Relowitz was a man with uncontrollable sexual urges who had been driven to commit sexually motivated offenses against young women. In Libby Squire, he found the opportunity he was looking for and went further than he had done before, driving her away, raping her, and killing her. The CCTV evidence was damning. Hour after hour of footage showing Relowitz circling the student area, watching, waiting. The moment he intercepted Libby, the drive to the playing fields, the return trips. During the trial, a friend of Relowitz's testified that Relowitz had told him Libby tried it on with him on the night she disappeared. Relowitz claimed he stopped driving and told her to get out, and that's when she started shouting and scratched his face. Earlier in proceedings, Relowitz had told detectives that a scratch on his face happened while he was playing with his son weeks earlier. His stories kept changing. In one version, he claimed Libby got out of the car and apologized to him as she fell over. He said she then got back up and walked off. He said he went home and had a bath, but couldn't stop thinking about the girl. So he returned to Oak Road to see if she was still there. He told police, "I have a wife who is 23, and thought, what if something like this could have happened to my wife? The defense argued that while Relowitz had taken advantage of Libby and lied repeatedly, he did not rape or kill her. They suggested she may have taken her own life by falling into the river. The defense pointed out that the prosecution couldn't say how Libby even died, let alone that she was murdered, but the jury saw through it. They saw the pattern. Justice Lambert pointed to the fact that before Libby's murder, Rilovich's offending had escalated because he was increasingly emboldened by his sinister actions, possibly believing he was invincible, or deriving pleasure from getting away with his behavior. On February 11, 2021, after 6 days of deliberation, the jury found Relowitz guilty of both the rape and murder of Libby Squire, unanimously on the charge of rape, and by a majority of 11-1 on the charge of murder. The following day, February 12th, Rilovich was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 27 years for Libby's murder. He was sentenced to a concurrent term of 18 years imprisonment for her rape. Lisa Squire read a powerful victim statement in court. "There are no adequate words that can explain the torture of living without my Libby," she said. "In any times of trouble, she wanted me, her mom. She knew I would do anything in my power to help her. Knowing I was not there when she needed me will haunt me for the rest of my life." Her father, Russ, had his statement read out. "I've lost my little girl and am heartbroken." After the verdict, Lisa and Russ Squire said, "As a family, today's verdict changes nothing for us. There is no closure. We don't get to have Libby back. Our lives do not revert back to normal." In the months and years following the trial, Lisa Squire became an advocate for change. She pointed out that the man who killed her daughter had 9 previous convictions for what are called non-contact sexual offenses: indecent exposure, watching women undress, stealing women's underwear. Lisa believes these offenses should be taken far more seriously. She's campaigned for intervention programs like referral services for people convicted of lower-level sex crime. "Not every man who commits a non-contact sexual offense will go on to become a rapist and murderer," she said. "But non-contact sexual offenses are not normal things to be doing." More recently, Lisa announced plans to meet Relowich in prison. She wants to know exactly what happened to her daughter. She's under no illusion that he'll tell her the truth. He still maintains he hasn't done anything, but the details are being organized. A mother's love doesn't end, even when the worst has happened. The case of Libby Squire is a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself. Paul Relowich was a seemingly ordinary man, a husband, a father, a butcher, but beneath that ordinary exterior was someone whose behavior had been escalating for years. Someone whose crimes had gone undetected because he'd never been caught before. The case raised important questions about how society and law enforcement treat certain types of sexual offenses. When does voyeurism stop being dismissed as a harmless prank and start being recognized as a warning sign? How many opportunities were there to intervene before it was too late? Libby was 21 years old. She was funny and creative, and loved. She had plans, dreams, a whole future ahead of her. On October 3rd, 2019, more than 250 people filled St. Lawrence's Church in West Wycombe, Buckinghamshire, for her funeral. They came to remember her, to celebrate her, to grieve together. Her parents lived with an unimaginable loss. Lisa described it as living in 2 worlds. One where she's a mother, wife, and employee, and another that's dark and lonely, where she longs to be with her daughter one more time. This is Libby's story, and while it's a story of tragedy, of evil, of a system that failed to stop a predator before he killed, it's also a story of a young woman who was loved fiercely and is still remembered. Rest easy, Libby. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight I want to tell you about a case that shook the quiet corners of Oxfordshire, England. It's a story about a young girl whose life was stolen far too soon, about the systems that failed to protect her, and about a darkness that lurked behind closed doors. This is the story of Jaden Parkinson. Jaden Parkinson was just 17 years old when she died. Born and raised in Folkestone, Kent, she was described by those who knew her as kind-hearted, caring, and fiercely protective of the people she loved. She had that quality that draws people in. She loved making new friends, and she had a warmth about her that made others feel safe. But beneath that bright exterior, Jaden was carrying burdens that no teenager should have to bear. Her childhood hadn't been easy. She'd grown up in Tennyson Place in Folkestone, living with her mother, Samantha Shrewsbury, and her father, Paul Parkinson. Like many families, they had their struggles. By the time Jaden reached her mid-teens, those struggles had intensified. When Jaden was 15, she met someone who would change the course of her life forever. His name was Ben Blakely. At the time, Ben was living in a hostel in Didcot, Oxfordshire, and Jaden had become friends with his younger brother, Jake. Through that friendship, she was introduced to Ben, who was several years older than her. Ben Blakely came from a troubled background himself, born into a family marked by violence. He would later testify that his father had beaten him severely throughout his childhood. He said his earliest memory was being struck in the face with a boot when he was 5 or 6 years old. By the time he was 11, the abuse had become so severe that he was taken into care, where he remained until he was 16. But the scars of that childhood ran deep. Ben had developed patterns of behavior that would repeat themselves throughout his life. Patterns of violence, control, and rage. By his teenage years, he was using cannabis daily. He admitted to smoking it as early as primary school, and as he grew older, his behavior toward women became increasingly dangerous. When Jaden first met Ben, she was just 14. According to Ben's own testimony, she'd wanted to see his room at the hostel, but he told her to come back when she was 16. A year later, when Jaden turned 16, their relationship began in earnest. At first, it must have seemed exciting. Ben was older, and perhaps that made him seem more mature, more worldly. They would smoke together, drink together, share moments that felt intimate and special. Ben would later say that they were perfect at times, and that they just connected. He even mentioned that they would go to churches together to pray. Jaden would pray for silly things, he said, like that he wouldn't go bald. But behind that veneer of young love, something darker was brewing. It didn't take long for Ben Blakely's true nature to reveal itself. The boy who seemed charming and attentive at first quickly transformed into someone controlling, abusive, and violent. This wasn't new behavior for Ben during his later trial. Testimony revealed that he had been violent toward every girlfriend he'd ever had. One former partner testified that Ben had pushed her down the stairs while she was pregnant. She said he would only allow her to wear makeup if it was to disguise the bruises he'd left on her face. Another girlfriend spoke of repeated strangulation attempts. The pattern was clear. Ben Blakely was a serial domestic abuser. With Jaden, the abuse followed the same trajectory. At first, it might have been verbal, calling her names, making her feel small. Jaden's mother, Samantha, later recounted the horrors her daughter endured. Ben would punch Jaden. He would spit on her. He threatened to post intimate photographs of her online, hoping the humiliation would drive her to suicide. Perhaps most chillingly, he would lock her in her room without food for days at a time. This wasn't just physical abuse. It was what we now recognize as coercive control. Ben systematically broke down Jaden's sense of self-worth. Her independence, her ability to reach out for help. He controlled her every move, dictated who she could talk to, and isolated her from the people who loved her. Jaden's mental health deteriorated rapidly under this treatment. The bright, warm girl her friends remembered became withdrawn and anxious. And when her mother, Samantha, finally discovered the truth about what Ben was doing to her daughter, she begged Jaden to stay away from him. But by then, Ben had Jaden firmly under his control. The manipulation was so complete that Jaden couldn't break free. Instead of leaving Ben, she pulled away from her mother. She began lying to her family. She even started stealing small items from her mother's house to support Ben's drug habit. The tension at home became unbearable. There were arguments, confrontations, moments where it seemed like the family might fracture completely, and eventually it did. After a particularly painful falling out with her mother, Jaden left home. She was just 17 years old and she moved into a hostel in Oxford, a place meant to provide emergency accommodation for homeless young people aged 16 to 25. The hostel was supposed to be a refuge, a safe place for vulnerable teenagers to get back on their feet. But for Jaden, it became another prison. Ben continued to control her. Even there, he wouldn't let her leave her room. He wouldn't let her use the bathroom. There are reports that Jaden resorted to urinating in bottles because Ben refused to allow her the dignity of even that basic human need. And all the while, the authorities who were supposed to protect her, social workers, police, school officials, saw Jaden as a difficult teenager making bad choices, not as a child in desperate need of safeguarding. In late November 2013, Jaden and Ben's relationship finally ended, or at least it was supposed to. After months of abuse, Jaden managed to break away. She was free of him, or so she thought, but freedom was short-lived. In early December, Jaden made a discovery that would seal her fate. She was pregnant, and the baby was Ben's. Imagine the complexity of emotions she must have felt in that moment. Relief that she'd escaped her abuser, terror at being pulled back into his orbit, uncertainty about what this pregnancy meant for her future. She was just 17 years old, living in a hostel, estranged from her mother, and now carrying the child of a man who had spent months systematically destroying her. Jaden knew she had to tell Ben. Whatever their relationship had been, whatever pain he'd caused her, he deserved to know he was going to be a father. And so, on December 3rd, 2013, Jaden left her mother a message. Then she stepped out of the hostel to meet Ben. The plan was to meet at Oxford train station. Security cameras captured the moment they met. Jaden, small and young-looking, and Ben looming beside her. The footage shows them boarding a train together, heading toward Didcot station. They arrived together, walking through the station, but only one of them would make the return journey. What happened next occurred in the remote countryside near Didcot, away from cameras, away from witnesses, away from anyone who might have been able to save her. Ben Blakely would later testify about what transpired that day, though his account shifted depending on who was asking. He claimed that Jaden had told him she was pregnant, and that the news triggered something in him. According to his testimony, he strangled her, claiming he thought she was joking when her lifeless body fell to the ground. But the prosecution told a different story. They argued that Ben strangled Jaden to death in a fit of jealous rage, showing no thought for the possibility that she might indeed have been carrying his child. The medical evidence was clear. Jaden died as a result of pressure to her neck. After killing her, Ben faced a choice. He could have called for help. He could have turned himself in. Instead, he made a series of calculated decisions that revealed the depths of his callousness. First, he moved Jaden's body. He carried her to a spot under a tree and covered her with a branch. Then he went home as if nothing had happened. Later, he returned to the scene, this time bringing someone with him, a young person who would help him dig a hole. Ben told this person they were burying weapons, not the body of a 17-year-old girl. They dug a hole beneath that tree and then buried Jaden there, in that remote field, and then he went about his life, creating what the prosecution would later call a web of lies about where Jaden might be. But Ben wasn't done yet. A few days later, he decided to move her body again. What Ben Blakely did next shocked even experienced investigators. He decided to move Jaden's body to what he may have considered a better resting place. Though there was no dignity in what he did, no respect for the girl whose life he'd taken, Ben borrowed a suitcase from his grandmother. He returned to the field where he'd initially buried Jaden, dug up her body and crammed her remains into that suitcase. Then he called a taxi. The taxi driver who responded to the call would later become a crucial witness in the investigation. He picked up Ben in the early hours of the morning at an isolated country road. The passenger was muddy, nervous, and carrying an extremely heavy suitcase. The driver found it suspicious, but he completed the fare. Ben's destination was All Saints Church in Didcot. There, in that sacred space where families came to mourn their loved ones, was the grave of Ben's uncle, Alan Kennedy. With the help of his younger brother, Jake, Ben dug up his uncle's grave under the cover of darkness. And then, in an act of desecration that would haunt Jaden's family forever, Ben tipped Jaden's body into that grave. Her legs were folded behind her, tucked into her underwear. He covered her up and left her there, buried atop his uncle's coffin. Ben had convinced Jake to help him dig both graves, but Jake would later claim he had no idea what they were really doing. At the first burial site, Jake said he thought they were burying weapons. At the churchyard, he claimed Ben told him they were burying a dead dog and cat. Whether that was true or whether Jake knew more than he let on would become a matter of intense legal debate. But for now, Jaden's body lay hidden in that grave, and Ben Blakely walked free. When Jaden disappeared on December 3rd, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. This wasn't like the other times Jaden had gone missing for a day or two. In the past, she'd always made contact within 24 to 48 hours. A call to her mother, a message on social media, something to let them know she was okay. But this time, there was nothing. No calls, no messages, just silence. Jaden's family reported her missing, and Thames Valley Police launched a missing person investigation. At first, the response was slow. There were failures in how the police recorded information about Jaden, mistakes that meant she wasn't immediately flagged as a high-risk missing person. It would take nearly a week for authorities to fully recognize the danger she was in. But by then, Jaden was already dead. The community rallied to search for her. Volunteers combed the streets of Oxford and Didcot. Posters went up. Social media campaigns spread her photo far and wide. Everyone was asking, "Where is Jaden Parkinson?" But even as the search intensified, Ben Blakely maintained his lies. He spoke to police multiple times, each time spinning a new story about where Jaden might be. He played the concerned ex-boyfriend, worried about the girl he'd once dated. All the while he knew exactly where she was, because he'd put her there. As Detective Chief Superintendent Chris Ward would later recall, something about Jaden's disappearance felt different from the start. The complete lack of contact with her family was unusual, and as investigators dug deeper into Jaden's life and relationships, one name kept coming up: Ben Blakely. Friends and family members pointed to Ben immediately. They told police about his history of violence, about the abuse Jaden had suffered, about their toxic relationship. And when investigators checked the CCTV footage from Oxford train station, their suspicions were confirmed. The last person seen with Jaden was Ben. The breakthrough came when that taxi driver came forward. His account of the suspicious fare, the muddy man with the heavy suitcase in the early hours of the morning, was the lead investigators needed. Phone records confirmed that the person who had called for that taxi was Ben Blakely. Police knew then that Ben had moved something heavy from that remote area, and they had a good idea what that something was. The search intensified. Officers conducted an aerial analysis of the entire region around Didacta, looking for signs of disturbed soil. They found evidence at an abandoned house that suggested a body had been moved from the location. And then on December 17th, 2013, 14 days after Jaden was last seen alive, her body was discovered. She was found exactly where Ben had left her, in the grave of his uncle Alan Kennedy at All Saints Church in Didcot. The nightmare her family had been living was confirmed. Jaden wasn't coming home. The discovery of Jaden's body shattered her family. Her mother, Samantha Shrewsbury, had spent 2 weeks clinging to hope, even as that hope grew dimmer with each passing day. Now she had to face the reality that her daughter was gone, and the manner of her death was almost too horrible to comprehend. But the pain didn't end there. Jaden's father, Paul Parkinson, was consumed by grief and rage. In the months between Jaden's murder and Ben Blakely's trial, Paul struggled to cope with the loss of his daughter. He was desperate for justice, desperate for answers, desperate to see the man who'd killed his little girl held accountable. The stress, the grief, the weight of it all, it was too much. Just days before Ben Blakely was due to stand trial for Jaden's murder in June 2014, Paul Parkinson died of a heart attack. He was just 48 years old. Paul's brother, Glenn, said that the stress of the upcoming trial had killed him. He was desperate for justice to be done, Glenn told reporters. Paul had been visiting friends in Folkestone when his heart gave out. He would never see justice served for his daughter. The family was devastated. In January 2014, they'd held Jaden's funeral at St. Martin's Church in Sherton, laying her to rest in the church cemetery surrounded by flowers. Hundreds of mourners had gathered to say goodbye to the 17-year-old whose life had been stolen. And now, just months later, they were burying Paul too. The judge who would later sentence Ben Blakely acknowledged this profound loss in his sentencing remarks. He spoke of how Paul Parkinson must have been haunted before he died by thoughts of what Ben had done to his daughter. When Ben Blakely's trial began at Oxford Crown Court in the summer of 2014, he faced a murder charge. He admitted to killing Jayden, but claimed it was manslaughter, not murder. He tried to argue that he hadn't intended to kill her, that something had just happened. The prosecution wasn't buying it. They presented evidence of Ben's long history of violence toward women. They called former girlfriends who testified about the abuse they'd suffered at his hands. They painted a picture of a man who was cold, calculating, and utterly without remorse. Throughout the trial, disturbing details emerged. The court heard how Ben had controlled every aspect of Jayden's life, how he'd isolated her from her family and friends, how he'd locked her in her room without food. They heard about the threats he'd made to post intimate photos of her online. They heard about the physical violence, the punching, the spitting, the strangling, and they heard about what Ben had done after killing her. The way he'd buried her twice, the way he'd enlisted his brother's help, the way he'd crammed her body into a suitcase and desecrated a churchyard grave, the way he'd lied to police over and over again, spinning stories about where Jayden might be even as her family suffered. Ben's defense team tried to paint a picture of a damaged young man who'd been abused as a child, someone who'd never learned how to control his emotions. They asked the judge and jury to consider his troubled upbringing, his young age. He was just 22 when he killed Jayden, but the jury saw through it. After hearing all the evidence, after seeing the photos of Jayden's body folded up in that grave, after listening to testimony from the people whose lives Ben had destroyed, they reached their verdict. Guilty of murder. On July 25, 2014, Ben Blakely stood in Oxford Crown Court to hear his sentence. Judge Patrick Eccles didn't mince words. He described Ben as violent, controlling, and callous. He spoke of the jealous rage that had driven Ben to strangle Jayden, showing no thought for the child she might have been carrying. The judge noted that while he couldn't increase Ben's sentence based on his treatment of other girlfriends, those offenses weren't before the court. The emotional and physical abuse of Jayden was clear and damning. Judge Eccles also addressed the particularly disturbing way Ben had disposed of Jayden's body. Burying her in his uncle's grave wasn't just a practical decision. It was a desecration that caused immense pain not only to Jayden's family, but also to the parishioners of All Saints Church, whose relatives lay at rest there. The sentence: life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years. Ben would be eligible for parole in 2034, when he would be in his early 40s. But for Jayden's family, no sentence would ever be long enough. In a statement read to the court, Jayden's family spoke of their ongoing nightmare. They said they could never erase from their minds the pain that had been inflicted on Jayden, nor could they erase the image of her battered and bruised body. They spoke of all the moments they would miss: birthdays, holidays, weddings, grandchildren. They would never see Jayden grow up, get married, have children of her own. This is our life sentence, they said. It's now time for Ben Blakely to start his... But Ben Blakely's conviction wasn't the end of the legal proceedings. His brother Jake still faced charges for his role in concealing Jayden's body. Jake Blakely was 18 years old when he stood trial. He admitted to perverting the course of justice by helping his brother conceal Jayden's body, but he maintained that he had no idea what he was really doing. According to Jake's testimony, Ben had told him they were burying weapons at the first location and a dead dog and cat at the churchyard. He claimed he was shocked when he learned the truth, that he'd been helping to hide the body of a 17-year-old girl he'd known and liked. The prosecution tried to charge Jake with preventing a lawful burial, a more serious offense that would have implied he knew exactly what was in those graves. But after 2 separate trials, both juries were unable to reach a verdict on that charge. Eventually, the prosecution concluded there weren't sufficient grounds for a third trial, and a not guilty verdict was recorded. Jake was sentenced to 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice, but because he'd already spent 15 months in custody and would only serve half his sentence, he would be released in just 3 more months. Judge Eccles described Jake as showing an almost incredible degree of stupidity and obtuseness in helping his brother without realizing what he was doing. He noted that Jake's assistance had prolonged the agony of Jayden's family by delaying the discovery of her body. When the sentence was announced, Jayden's mother, Samantha, and other family members stormed out of the courtroom. They'd sat through Jake's testimony, heard him claim he was sorry, heard his lawyer say he'd been under the spell of his older brother. But Samantha couldn't stand to hear it anymore. In a victim impact statement, she noted that Jake had smiled and rubbed his hands together after being cleared of the burial charge, as if he'd won a prize. To Jaden's family, it seemed clear that Jake wasn't truly sorry for what had happened. As the legal proceedings concluded, attention turned to a harder question. How had this been allowed to happen? How had a vulnerable 17-year-old girl been murdered by a known domestic abuser while under the watch of multiple social service agencies? In February 2016, a combined serious case review and domestic homicide review was published. The findings were damning. The review found that Jaden had been failed by virtually every system meant to protect her. Social workers, police officers, school officials, all had come into contact with Jaden and Ben, and all had missed opportunities to intervene. Most fundamentally, the review found that professionals had viewed Jaden as a difficult young adult, making bad choices, rather than as a vulnerable child in need of protection. Time and again, Jaden was told to take responsibility for her own safety, to report the abuse herself, to leave Ben, to make better decisions. But Jaden wasn't an adult making free choices. She was a child trapped in an abusive relationship, subject to coercive control that made it nearly impossible for her to break free. And she was legally a child under 18, which meant she should have been treated as a safeguarding priority. The review identified multiple failures. Social services knew Jaden was vulnerable and that Ben was violent, but they didn't connect the dots. In one shocking incident, when Jaden told a social worker that Ben had assaulted her, she was advised to contact the police herself. The social worker didn't offer to help her make that report or provide any support. The review called this unacceptable when the victim was a 16-year-old child. Police had multiple interactions with both Jaden and Ben, but failed to record critical information properly. When Jaden later went missing, it took nearly a week for police to identify her as high risk because the relevant information wasn't in their systems. The Independent Police Complaints Commission released its own report, finding that Thames Valley Police had failed to record pertinent information and to allocate sufficient resources to progress earlier inquiries regarding Jaden, which had a detrimental impact on the later missing person investigation. 2 police officers eventually received final warnings for misconduct related to how they'd handled interactions with Jaden. There was also a broader cultural problem. Professionals struggled to balance Jaden's autonomy as a teenager with her need for protection. They tended to focus on immediate crises rather than looking at Jaden's overall situation. They were too quick to be reassured that Jaden would be okay, even when all the warning signs pointed to danger. The review made 65 recommendations for improving child protection services in Oxfordshire. Among them, better training on recognizing and responding to domestic abuse in adolescent relationships, understanding the nature of coercive control and how it traps victims, always treating children under 18 as children needing protection, not adults making choices, automatic referrals to children's social care when police cases involve minors, better placement options for vulnerable teenagers, advocates for young people who ask to be taken into care but are refused. The authorities acknowledged these failures and committed to doing better, but for Jaden's family, these changes came too late. It's important, I think, to end this story by remembering Jaden Parkinson, not as a victim, but as a person. She was 17 years old when she died, on the cusp of adulthood, full of potential and possibility. Those who knew her described her as kind-hearted and caring. She loved making friends. She was protective of the people she loved. She had dreams and plans and a whole life ahead of her. Yes, she was troubled. Yes, she made some choices that worried the people who cared about her. But she was also a child legally and emotionally, and she deserved protection that she never received. Jaden's story is a reminder of how domestic abuse can trap anyone, regardless of age or background. It's a reminder of how coercive control works, slowly and insidiously, to isolate victims and make them dependent on their abusers. It's a reminder that we need to listen when young people tell us they're in danger, and we need to see them as children worthy of protection, not adults responsible for their own safety. Most of all, Jaden's story is a reminder that behind every crime statistic is a real person with a real life and real people who loved them. Jaden was someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's friend, and she's gone because someone took her from the world, not because she made bad choices or failed to protect herself. The judge who sentenced Ben Blakely noted that Jaden's family speaks of serving their own life sentence. They will carry this grief for the rest of their lives. But perhaps by telling Jaden's story, by remembering her, we can honor her memory and work to ensure that other young people in similar situations receive the protection they deserve. More than a decade has passed since Jaden Parkinson was murdered. In that time, some things have changed. Oxfordshire's social services have reformed their approach to vulnerable teenagers. Thames Valley Police have updated their procedures for handling cases involving children and domestic abuse. There's greater awareness now of coercive control and how it works. But domestic abuse continues to kill women at an alarming rate. Young people continue to find themselves trapped in abusive relationships, and systems meant to protect them continue to fail, though perhaps less frequently than before. Jaden's case became a catalyst for change, but change is always too late for the person at the center of the tragedy. Jaden deserved better from the adults who were supposed to keep her safe. She deserved better from Ben Blakely, who chose violence over love, control over respect, murder over letting her go. In the quiet darkness of All Saints Church in Didcot, there's a churchyard where people come to remember their dead. It's a peaceful place meant for reflection and rest. For a few weeks in December 2013, that peace was shattered by the presence of Jaden's body, hidden in someone else's grave. Now Jaden rests in Sheraton, surrounded by people who actually loved her, and her story lives on as a warning, a call to action and a memorial to a life that ended far too soon. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. In the quiet suburbs of Lawrenceville, Georgia, where manicured lawns stretched along peaceful streets and neighbors knew each other by name, a retired couple lived what appeared to be an ordinary life. Wendy and Randall Biorgi were 63 years old, both respected members of their community, known for their warmth and generosity. Their home on Furlong Run was a place where family gathered, where memories were made, and where their granddaughter had come to live under their care. But in April of 2017, something happened inside that house that would shatter the peace of this suburban neighborhood forever. This is the story of a crime so disturbing that even seasoned investigators struggled to comprehend it. A story about betrayal at its deepest level, about the darkest corners of the human mind, and about two people whose love for each other became something twisted and deadly. So as we settle in, let me take you through this case from the beginning. To understand what happened, we need to understand who Wendy and Randall were and the life they had built together. Wendy Woodruff was born on January 20th, 1954, to Elaine and Alan Woodruff. As the only daughter in her family, she grew up surrounded by the love of her parents and her brothers, Jeff and Charles. Those who knew her described a woman of resilience and kindness, someone who saw the best in people and gave freely of herself. Randall August Biorgi entered the world just a few weeks after Wendy. On February 6, 1954, he was born to Kel and Randy Biorgi and grew up with his sister Sylvia, who would later remember him as a gentle soul, someone who believed in second chances and the power of family. When Wendy and Randall met as young people, barely out of their teens, something clicked. They married in 1974 when they were both just 20 years old, and began building a life together. Over the years, they became parents to two children, a daughter named Amanda and a son named Christopher. Their home became a gathering place, filled with the noise and joy of family life. As the years passed and their children grew, Wendy and Randall looked forward to retirement. They had worked hard, saved carefully, and earned their rest. By 2017, they were living comfortably in their Lawrenceville home, enjoying the freedom that retirement brings. They gardened. They spent time with friends like Jerry Dacatrol, who would later describe them as pillars of their community. They were, by all accounts, good people living a good life. But there was a complication, a source of worry that had entered their peaceful existence. Their granddaughter, Cassandra. Cassandra Beaudry was Amanda's daughter, Wendy and Randall's granddaughter. As a child, she had spent happy times with her grandparents. Randall had taught her how to swim, patiently guiding her through the water while Wendy watched from the pool's edge. Those were simpler times, when Cassandra was just a little girl and her grandparents were her refuge. But as Cassandra grew into her teenage years, something began to shift. She started having what those close to the family would later describe as long-term behavioral issues. There were problems at school. There was defiance at home. She began running away, disappearing for hours or days at a time. The police were called to wherever she was staying, sometimes her mother's house, sometimes her grandparents', at least 13 times for various incidents. In December of 2016, when Cassandra was still 16, her mother reported her missing and endangered. By that point, Amanda Sterling, Cassandra's mother, was at a loss. Her daughter had dropped out of school. She had gotten involved with what the family considered a bad crowd in the nearby town of Duluth. The situation had deteriorated to the point where something had to be done. That's when Wendy and Randall stepped in. Despite their retirement, despite their desire for peace in their golden years, they agreed to take custody of their troubled granddaughter. Perhaps they thought that with structure, with love, with their guidance, they could turn things around. They wanted to remove Cassandra from the negative influences in Duluth and give her stability in Lawrenceville. So Cassandra moved into the house on Furlong Run. She had her own key. She came and went. And for a while, Wendy and Randall tried everything they could to help her. But in February of 2017, just 2 months before her 17th birthday, Cassandra was placed on probation. The details of her juvenile record were sealed, but those close to the family knew there had been violence. At 16, she had been charged with assaulting one of her grandparents, the very people who had opened their home to her, who were trying to save her from herself. And then there was Johnny. Johnny Hero Ryder was 19 years old when he met Cassandra Bowerday. Or perhaps they had known each other before. The timeline of their relationship remains somewhat unclear. What is clear is that by early 2017, the two were deeply involved. Johnny came with his own troubled history. In October of the previous year, he had been arrested on 4 counts of entering automobiles and financial transaction card theft, among other charges. He was not the kind of person Wendy and Randall wanted their granddaughter spending time with. But Cassandra was in love, or what she believed was love at 17. And Wendy and Randall, trying to set boundaries, trying to protect their granddaughter from making bad choices, did what many grandparents would do. They disapproved of the relationship. They set rules. They imposed a curfew. They monitored who Cassandra spent time with. To Cassandra and Johnny, this felt like oppression. According to later police testimony, they found Wendy and Randall to be too strict. The grandparents were trying to give structure to a teenage girl who had run wild for years. But to Cassandra and Johnny, every rule felt like a cage. Every boundary felt like an attack. And so, in the twisted logic of 2 troubled young people, they began to believe there was only one solution. We may never know exactly when Cassandra Bowerday and Johnny Ryder first discussed killing her grandparents. Was it during one of their late-night conversations fueled by marijuana and resentment? Was it a gradual thing, starting as a dark joke that slowly became something they actually considered? Or did it happen all at once, in a moment of rage? What we do know is that they didn't just plan to kill Wendy and Randall. According to Cassandra's later confession to Detective Dave Brooks, they had created what they called a hit list. On that list were Johnny's family members, perhaps those who had also tried to separate the couple or disapproved of their relationship. Also on the list was Amanda Sterling, Cassandra's own mother. The hit list tells us something chilling about what was happening in these 2 young minds. This wasn't a crime of passion, a moment of rage that spiraled out of control. This was premeditated. This was planned. And it was going to be the first of several murders. As April 2017 unfolded, the plan took shape. They would wait until night, until the lights in the house went dark and Wendy and Randall were asleep. They would enter quietly. Cassandra had a key, after all. And then they would do what needed to be done. Or at least that's what they told themselves. The exact date remains uncertain, but investigators believe it happened around April 4th, 2017. Possibly in the early morning hours of April 2. A week before their bodies would be discovered. That night, Wendy and Randall Bowerday followed their usual routine. They had dinner. They watched television, perhaps. As the evening wore on, they made their way upstairs to their bedroom. Randall, at 63, still strong but feeling his years. Wendy, the same age, tired from the day. They turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and drifted towards sleep in the house they had called home for years. Outside, in the darkness, Cassandra and Johnny waited. They watched the windows. They watched the lights go out, one by one, till the house was dark and still, and then they made their move. Cassandra used her key to enter quietly. Johnny was with her. They had armed themselves with weapons they had gathered. A tire iron, a hammer, a baseball bat, and butcher knives from the kitchen. An arsenal for what they were about to do. They crept through the house they knew so well, up the stairs, toward the bedroom where Wendy and Randall slept. What happened next was brutal, beyond description. According to Detective Brooks' testimony, which was based on Cassandra's confession, Johnny Ryder attacked first. He went after Randall, the grandfather who had tried to give Cassandra structure and safety. He kicked him, beat him with the tire iron, striking him again and again as the older man tried to defend himself, or perhaps simply to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Cassandra went after her grandmother. In her confession, she described experiencing what she called a surge of energy, a phrase that chills the blood. She dragged Wendy from the bed into Randall's view. She wanted him to see. She restrained her grandmother with duct tape, binding her as she fought and struggled. And then Cassandra began beating Wendy while Randall was forced to watch. The attack went on and on. Both victims suffered extensive blunt force trauma. They were stabbed multiple times with the knives. And finally, when they were both weakened and bleeding, Johnny Ryder slit their throats. Wendy and Randall Bjerge died in their bedroom, murdered by their own granddaughter and her boyfriend. The people who had opened their home to Cassandra, who had tried to save her, who had taught her to swim as a child. They died at her hands. What came next is perhaps even more disturbing than the murders themselves. With Wendy and Randall lying dead in their bedroom, Cassandra and Johnny faced a decision. They could turn themselves in. They could flee. Or they could stay. They chose to stay, but they knew that eventually the smell of decomposition would give them away. So they took steps to conceal what they had done. They caulked the doors to the bedroom, sealing it shut. They opened windows in other parts of the house. They sprayed air freshener, anything to mask the smell of death that was beginning to permeate the upper floor. And then, incredibly, they went on with their lives as if nothing had happened. For an entire week, Cassandra and Johnny lived in that house. They slept there. They smoked marijuana. They ordered Chinese food and had it delivered to the door. And most disturbingly of all, they had friends over. Yes, they threw parties. Multiple teenagers came to the Bjerge house over the course of that week, unaware that 2 bodies were decomposing in the sealed bedroom upstairs. These friends hung out with Cassandra and Johnny, laughed, talked, ate food, completely oblivious to the horror above them. Some of these teenagers may have noticed the smell. Perhaps they asked about it. Perhaps Cassandra and Johnny made excuses. A dead animal in the attic, a plumbing problem, something. But none of these visitors had any idea that they were partying mere feet away from a murder scene. During this time, Cassandra and Johnny also discussed continuing with their hit list. They talked about killing Johnny's family next. Then Cassandra's mother, Amanda. They were planning to make the Bjerge murders just the beginning of a larger rampage. But as the days passed, something began to shift. Perhaps the reality of what they had done began to sink in. Perhaps they were getting nervous about getting caught. According to later testimony, Johnny began having second thoughts about killing more people. When they went to scout out his family's house for the next attack, he saw cars he didn't recognize in the driveway and used that as an excuse to back out. The hit list, thankfully, would never be completed. But Cassandra and Johnny's crime spree wasn't quite over yet. On the evening of April 8, 2017, a full week after Wendy and Randall had been murdered, Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjerge went to the home of Johnny's mother on Rambling Woods Drive in Lawrenceville. There they found Johnny's sister and her boyfriend. What exactly provoked what happened next isn't entirely clear, but Johnny attacked them with a baseball bat. He beat his own sister, struck her boyfriend. It was a vicious assault, and had they not managed to escape, they might well have become the next names on the hit list. But they did escape. Johnny's sister and her boyfriend managed to get away and immediately called the police. When officers arrived at the scene on Rambling Woods Drive, they found something interesting. Parked outside the house was a vehicle that belonged to Wendy and Randall Bjerge. The same Wendy and Randall Bjerge, whose family members had been calling the police for days, asking for welfare checks because no one had heard from them. Suddenly, several pieces fell into place for the investigators. The Gwinnett County Police had actually been to the Bjerge home before. On April 6, concerned family members who hadn't heard from Wendy and Randall for days had requested a welfare check. Officers had gone to the house, knocked on the door, looked through windows, but there had been no answer, no obvious signs of trouble. No legal grounds to force entry. They had tried again on April 7. Still nothing. But now, on April 8, with Johnny Ryder's assault victims pointing to him, and Cassandra Bjorksha, and with the Bjorksha's vehicle found at that assault scene, the police had probable cause to enter the home by force. At 11:13 p.m. on April 8, officers forced their way into 1911 Furlong Run. The smell hit them immediately. Anyone who has encountered the smell of human decomposition never forgets it. It's unmistakable, overwhelming, the smell of death itself. They found Wendy and Randall Borgia upstairs, in their bedroom, the caulked doors that Cassandra and Johnny had sealed, the bodies that had been lying there for a week, the crime scene that told a story of unimaginable violence. The medical examiner would later determine that both victims died from incisions to the throat. Their throats had been slit, but they had also suffered extensive blunt force trauma and sharp force injuries. They had been beaten, stabbed, and finally executed in their own home. Now the police had a double homicide on their hands, and two primary suspects, the victim's own granddaughter and her boyfriend. By the time police discovered the bodies, Cassandra and Johnny were in the wind. At 11:29 p.m. on April 8, just minutes after the bodies were found, the two teenagers stole a vehicle from Rambling Woods Drive. Johnny's sister's vehicle adding insult to injury, but they didn't get far. At 3:57 a.m. on April 9, police located the stolen vehicle at 4025 McGinnis Ferry Road in Suwannee at an apartment complex. They set up surveillance and waited. At 9:54 a.m., the Gwinnett County SWAT team was activated. The situation was tense. Johnny and Cassandra were inside an apartment, and police knew they were dangerous. They had killed two people and violently attacked two more. They had nothing to lose. SWAT surrounded the building and attempted to make contact. Johnny and Cassandra refused to come out. Inside that apartment, as SWAT closed in, Johnny and Cassandra made a decision. If they couldn't be together in life, they would be together in death. They took knives and slit their own wrists, attempting suicide. At 12:13 p.m., SWAT entered the apartment and apprehended both suspects. They were still alive, bleeding from self-inflicted wounds, but conscious. They were immediately transported to the hospital. The suicide attempt had failed. Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorksha would live to face justice for what they had done. As Cassandra and Johnny recovered in the hospital under guard, detectives began piecing together what had happened. The physical evidence at the crime scene told part of the story. The sealed doors, the weapons, the brutality of the attack. But the real breakthrough came when Cassandra Bjorksha agreed to talk. In her confession to Detective Dave Brooks, she laid out the entire plan. She described waiting for the lights to go out. She described Johnny attacking her grandfather. She described that surge of energy she felt as she dragged her grandmother into the room and restrained her with duct tape. She described the beatings, the stabbings, the final moments of her grandparents' lives. She also revealed the hit list, the plan to kill Johnny's family and her own mother. She explained that they had found Wendy and Randall too strict, that they had felt trapped by the rules and boundaries her grandparents had tried to impose. Johnny Ryder notably refused to speak to investigators. He invoked his right to remain silent. But Cassandra's confession, combined with the physical evidence, was more than enough. On April 10, 2017, both teenagers were formally charged with murder and aggravated assault in the deaths of Wendy and Randall Bjorksha. While Cassandra and Johnny sat in jail awaiting trial, two families were left to grapple with an unfathomable loss. Amanda Sterling, Cassandra's mother, spoke to the media in the days after the arrest. "Not in a million years did I think something like this would ever happen," she said. These were her parents, who had been killed. Her daughter, who had killed them. The woman was caught between grief and disbelief, trying to understand how the little girl she had raised could have done something so monstrous. Christopher Bjorksha, Wendy and Randall's son, was too devastated to speak at first. When he finally released a statement, he said simply, "We are all upset and hurt by this devastating loss. My mother and father were both kind and gentle people who loved to help others." That was the core of it, wasn't it? Wendy and Randall had been helpers. They had seen their troubled granddaughter and opened their home. They had tried to provide structure, stability, love, and it had cost them everything. Randall's sister, Sylvia Berman, would later stand in court and speak directly to her brother's killers. Her voice shaking with emotion, she asked, "I wonder how much vicious cruelty it takes to leave someone to putrefy." She spoke of the questions that haunted her. Did he die quickly? Did Cassie see his face? Did he see Cassie's face, someone he loved so much, someone he was so proud of? That last question cuts to the heart of the tragedy. Randall had been proud of Cassandra. He had loved her. He had taught her to swim. And in his final moments, as she stood in that bedroom while her boyfriend beat him with a tire iron, did he see her face? Did he understand what was happening? Did he wonder where he had gone wrong? We'll never know. But the questions haunted his sister and likely haunted all of the family members who gathered to support each other through this nightmare. As the case moved through the court system, prosecutors faced a decision. Johnny Ryder, at 19, was eligible for the death penalty. Cassandra Bjorge, at 17, was not. Georgia law prohibited executing anyone who was under 18 at the time of their crime. The prosecutors began building their capital murder case. The evidence was overwhelming. The crime was heinous. And in Gwinnett County, the death penalty was on the table for murders this brutal. But legal proceedings moved slowly, and months turned into nearly a year. During this time, Johnny and Cassandra sat in separate cells, waiting. The evidence against them was insurmountable. Cassandra had confessed. The physical evidence corroborated every detail. Witnesses could place them at the scene. The stolen vehicle, the assault on Johnny's sister, the bodies found in the sealed bedroom. Every piece fit together into an unassailable narrative of guilt. Finally, in early 2018, defense attorneys approached prosecutors with a proposal. Their clients would plead guilty to all charges in exchange for taking the death penalty off the table. For the Biagi family, this presented an impossible choice. On one hand, they wanted justice. They wanted these killers to face the ultimate punishment for what they had done. On the other hand, a trial would mean reliving every horrible detail in court. It would mean months or years of appeals, of uncertainty, of having to face the killers again and again. After much anguish and discussion, the family agreed to the plea deal. On February 2, 2018, Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorge appeared in Gwinnett County Superior Court before Judge Deborah Turner. The courtroom was packed with family members, reporters, and observers who had followed the case. It was the first time many people would see the two killers in person. Johnny, now 20, and Cassandra, now 18. Both teenagers pleaded guilty to 2 counts of felony murder. In exchange for these guilty pleas and for waiving their right to appeal, they would be sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences with the possibility of parole after 60 years, plus an additional 21 years to be served concurrently. The charges of armed robbery and aggravated battery were dismissed as part of the agreement. Before sentencing was handed down, the court heard victim impact statements. Christopher Borge, Wendy and Randall's son, had written a statement but was too emotional to read it himself. His wife read it aloud to the court. "It is sad to me that the first time they visit my house and meet my children is in a paper bag from a funeral home." The stark brutality of that image, his parents reduced to ashes in a bag, captured the totality of the loss. Sylvia Berman, Randall's sister, spoke as well. Through tears, she addressed the court about her brother and his wife, the questions that tortured her, the cruelty of leaving them to decompose while parties went on downstairs. Then came the moment when the defendants were given a chance to speak. Johnny Ryder stood and addressed the court. His voice was steady as he said, "I know what I have done is abominable and evil and is deserving of hellfire. I would like to express my deepest apologies to the Bjorge family. I'm so sorry for the pain and grief I have caused all of you." Whether these words brought any comfort to the family is doubtful. They were words after all, and words cannot undo what was done. But at least Johnny acknowledged the horror of his actions. Cassandra Bjorge was given the same opportunity. The courtroom fell silent, waiting to hear what the granddaughter who had killed her own grandparents might say. She cried softly but declined to speak. Not a word, not an apology, not an explanation, nothing. Judge Deborah Turner then addressed both defendants, and her words carried the weight of her disgust and disbelief. "I just continue to be stunned that you sealed areas so that you could make sure the smell of decaying human flesh wouldn't be noticed," she said, her voice heavy with condemnation. that you had parties and ordered Chinese food with two people that you had brutally murdered lying upstairs. She continued, "Your behavior lacks any sense of humanity or morality." Judge Turner called this case one of the worst she had presided over in her entire career, and then she handed down the sentences. Life in prison with the possibility of parole in 60 years. By the time Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Biorgi are eligible for parole, they will both be near 80 years old. They will have spent the entirety of their adult lives behind bars. The relationship that led them to kill will have faded into distant memory. The people they are now will be long gone, replaced by elderly prisoners who have served more than half a century for crimes committed when they were teenagers. Whether they will ever truly understand what they did, whether they will ever genuinely feel remorse, remains to be seen. In the years since the murders, the Lawrenceville community has tried to move forward. The house on Furlong Run, once a happy home where Randall taught his granddaughter to swim, has been sold to new owners who have no connection to the tragedy that occurred there. Jerry DeCattrell, the longtime family friend who brought flowers to the home after the bodies were discovered, spoke for many when he said, "It's unbelievable. They are going to be missed. They were great in this neighborhood." But moving forward has not been easy for those who knew Wendy and Randall personally. How do you process a crime like this? How do you reconcile the granddaughter they had once held as a baby with the teenager who restrained her grandmother with duct tape and beat her to death? How do you make sense of two young people who could kill and then order Chinese food while their victims decomposed upstairs? Amanda Sterling, Cassandra's mother, faced perhaps the most impossible situation of all. She lost her parents to violence, and her daughter was the one who committed that violence. In court, her attorney made a point of saying, "Do not judge my client and the way she mothers by the actions of Cassie, because she is a good mother." But the question hangs in the air, unspoken but present. Could anything have been done differently? Were there warning signs that were missed? Could Wendy and Randall have been saved? The truth is, there were warning signs. 13 calls to police. A history of running away. An assault charge for striking a grandparent. Probation. A juvenile record that painted a picture of a troubled, violent teenager spiraling out of control. But Wendy and Randall, like so many grandparents who end up raising troubled grandchildren, held on to hope. They believed in second chances. They believed that with enough love, enough structure, enough stability, they could reach Cassandra and turn her life around. That belief cost them their lives. One of the most difficult aspects of this case is trying to understand how it happened at all. How does a 17-year-old girl look at her grandparents? People who loved her, who took her in when she had nowhere else to go and decide they need to die. Psychologists and criminal profilers who have studied cases like this point to several possible factors. Adolescent brains are not fully developed, particularly in the areas responsible for impulse control, understanding consequences, and empathy. Mix an underdeveloped brain with behavioral problems, substance abuse, and a toxic relationship, and you create conditions where unthinkable acts become possible. The relationship between Cassandra and Johnny appears to have been the catalyst. It's not uncommon in cases involving young couples who kill for there to be a folie à deux. A madness of two where the couple reinforces each other's worst impulses and creates a shared reality where their violent fantasies seem justified or even necessary. Johnny, with his own criminal history and apparent violent tendencies, may have been the instigator. Cassandra, with her behavioral problems and desperate desire to escape what she perceived as her grandparents' oppression, may have been a willing participant. Together, they created a plan that neither might have carried out alone. The hit list is particularly telling. This wasn't just about Wendy and Randall. This was about removing anyone who tried to control them, who disapproved of their relationship, who stood in the way of their being together. In their twisted teenage logic, murder became the solution to their problems. But understanding how it happened doesn't make it any less horrifying. Wendy and Randall Biorgi were trying to help their granddaughter. They set boundaries not out of cruelty, but out of love. And for that, they were brutally murdered. As of 2024, both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Biorgi remain incarcerated in Georgia prisons, serving their life sentences. Johnny will not be eligible for parole until 2077, when he will be 80 years old. Cassandra will not be eligible for parole until 2077, when she will be 77 years old. Both have decades ahead of them to contemplate what they did. Whether they feel genuine remorse, whether they have gained insight into their actions, whether they have changed at all. These questions can only be answered by them. The families they left behind continue to grieve. Christopher Bourget lives with the knowledge that his children will never meet their grandparents except through stories and photographs. Samantha Sterling lives with the impossible reality of being both a grieving daughter and the mother of her parents' killer. Sylvia Berman continues to ask questions that have no satisfying answers. And in Lawrenceville, in the house on Furlong Run, new families have moved in and made new memories. Unaware or perhaps vaguely aware of the tragedy that once unfolded within those walls. The Murder of Wendy and Randall Bourget is a story that defies easy explanation. It's a story about family bonds broken beyond repair. It's a story about two teenagers whose relationship became something toxic and deadly. It's a story about the limits of love and the question of whether some people can be saved from themselves. But more than anything, it's a story about two good people who tried to help and paid the ultimate price. Wendy and Randall Bourget are remembered by those who knew them as kind, gentle people who loved helping others. They took in their troubled granddaughter, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. They believed they could make a difference in her life. That belief, that fundamental goodness, that willingness to open their home and their hearts to someone who needed help. That's what we should remember about Wendy and Randall Bourget. Not the horror of their deaths, but the grace of their lives. Not the cruelty of their killers, but the kindness they showed until the very end. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think of Wendy and Randall. Think of them not in their final moments, but in their happiest ones, teaching a little girl to swim, laughing with friends, enjoying their retirement, living lives full of love and generosity. They deserved so much better than the end they got. But their story, as painful as it is, reminds us of something important. That there are people in this world who try to help even when it's difficult, even when it's thankless, even when it puts them at risk. People who believe in second chances, in the power of love to overcome darkness. Wendy and Randall Bourget were those kinds of people, and we should remember them for that. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight we're going to explore a story that reaches across 2 states, spanning years of investigation, and ultimately revealing how one person's cruelty touched countless lives. This is the story of Shannon Schieber, a brilliant young woman whose light was extinguished far too soon, and the painstaking journey to find the man who took her life. Shannon Schieber grew up in Chevy Chase, Maryland, a comfortable suburb just outside Washington, D.C. From an early age, she displayed a rare combination of intellectual brilliance and genuine compassion for others. Her parents, Sylvester and Vicky Schieber, raised Shannon and her brother Sean in a devout Catholic household, instilling in their children values of service, justice, and kindness. Shannon wasn't just academically gifted, she was exceptional. She possessed the kind of mind that could grasp complex financial concepts while never losing sight of the human element behind the numbers. Where some saw retirement policy as dry actuarial tables and economic forecasts, Shannon saw real people's futures, their security, their dignity in old age. When she earned a full scholarship to the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, one of the world's most prestigious business programs, her family celebrated, but Shannon's goals were different from many of her peers. She wasn't chasing Wall Street riches or corner office prestige. She wanted to use her financial expertise to help people, particularly those who had been left behind by the system. She envisioned a career where she could influence policy, protect vulnerable populations, and ensure that retirement security wasn't just for the wealthy. Her friends and colleagues described her as energetic, warm, and genuinely interested in others. She had that rare quality of making everyone she met feel valued and heard. In the competitive world of doctoral studies, Shannon stood out not just for her intellect, but for her humanity. In the spring of 1998, Shannon was in her first year of the doctoral program at Wharton. At 23 years old, she was living her dream, working toward a future where she could make a real difference. She had found an apartment in Center City, Philadelphia, in the Rittenhouse Square area, a neighborhood known for its tree-lined streets, elegant townhouses, and sense of safety. Her apartment was on the second floor of a building on South 23rd Street near Spruce. The neighborhood was exactly what you'd expect from that part of Philadelphia. Young professionals, students, a mix of urban energy and established affluability. Shannon felt safe there. She had neighbors who knew her, who would wave hello in the hallway. One of those neighbors was Parmatma Greeley, who lived directly across the hall with his roommate Leah Basikis. Let's move now to the night of May 6th, 1998, drifting into the early morning hours of May 7th. The city was quiet, that particular stillness that settles over urban neighborhoods after midnight when most people have retreated into their homes, into sleep, into dreams. In Shannon's building, Parmatma Greeley and Leah Basikis were still awake around 1 o'clock in the morning, watching television in their apartment. Then they heard something. A noise. Not quite a scream, not quite a shout. Something that made them pause and look at each other. Greeley thought it sounded like a serious domestic dispute, coming from Shannon's apartment. Basikis thought differently. She believed the sound had come from the adjacent Manning Street. They discussed it briefly, their differing interpretations of what they'd heard. The uncertainty hung in the air between them. Basikis eventually went to bed, but the sound had planted a seed of concern in Greeley's mind. The apartment fell silent again, save for the flickering light and muted sounds from the television. Then, shortly after 2 in the morning, at precisely 2:04 and 22 seconds, Greeley heard something that erased all doubt. A scream. The sound of someone calling for help. And then something worse. A choking sound. Desperate and terrifying. Greeley didn't hesitate this time. He jumped up from the couch and crossed the hallway to Shannon's door. He knocked urgently. He tried the door handle, finding it locked. He called out, his voice sharp with concern. Nothing. No response. Just silence now, thick and ominous. He knew something was terribly wrong. He rushed back to his apartment and dialed 911. The call came through at 2:04 and 22 seconds in the morning. The recording captures Greeley's voice, slightly breathless, worried. Hello! My next-door neighbor, I just heard her yelling for help. The operator asked what was wrong. We're on the second floor. We're on one side, and she's on the other. And I just heard her yell, help. I knocked on the door and I just heard like a choking type sound, and I just called. The operator assured him that someone would be out as soon as possible. What Greeley couldn't have known, what no one could have known in that moment, was that at that very instant, on the other side of Shannon's door, a man named Troy Graves was strangling Shannon Schieber to death. His hands were around her throat, cutting off her air, her cries for help fading into silence. Officer Stephen Woods and Raymond Scherf arrived promptly at 251 South 23rd Street. They had been dispatched with information that a man had reported hearing a woman scream. This was their job. Respond to calls. Assess situations, determine what action needed to be taken. They spoke with Greeley, who told them what he'd heard. They conducted what they considered a thorough investigation. They checked the exterior of the building. They looked for signs of forced entry. There were none. They knocked on Shannon's door, loudly and repeatedly. No answer. They spoke with other residents in the building, the people in the apartments directly above and below Shannon's. None of them had heard any scream. From a procedural standpoint, Officers Woods and Scherf were faced with a situation that could be interpreted multiple ways. Perhaps Greeley had been mistaken about the scream. Perhaps Shannon wasn't home. Perhaps it had been a television show or a noise from another apartment or the street. Greeley himself had seemed somewhat uncertain about exactly where the sound had originated. The officers made a decision. Without clear evidence of an emergency, without any response from inside the apartments, and with conflicting information from other residents, they decided not to force entry. They left the scene. Inside apartment, Shannon Schieber lay dying or already dead. The next afternoon, Shannon's brother Sean arrived in Philadelphia. He was supposed to meet Shannon for lunch. It was the kind of casual sibling plan that gets made between people who care about each other, who make the effort to stay connected despite busy schedules and the demands of graduate school. When Shannon didn't show up, Sean went to her workplace at Vance Hall on the Penn campus. Her coworkers were concerned. Shannon wasn't the type to miss work without calling, without explanation. This wasn't like her at all. Sean drove to Shannon's apartment. He knocked on her door. No answer. A growing sense of unease was building in his chest. That instinctive knowledge that something was very wrong. They found Parmatama Greeley, the neighbor who had called 911 the night before. Together they began searching. They walked around the building, looking up at Shannon's second-floor apartment. That's when they noticed it. The sliding glass door to her balcony was slightly open, just a few inches. The door was shaded by a tree, making it difficult to see from the ground. But there it was. They knew then that they had to get inside. They forced open Shannon's door. What they found inside would haunt them forever. Shannon was lying naked on the floor, face down. Her apartment had been ransacked. Objects were missing, but it was clear that burglary had not been the primary motive for this intrusion. Sean Sheever, seeing his sister's body, collapsed into a fetal position on the floor, crying, for the last time Greeley called 911 for Shannon Sheever. The autopsy conducted the following day would reveal that Shannon had been manually strangled to death. Someone had used their bare hands to choke the life out of her. She had also been sexually assaulted during her desperate fight for survival. Shannon had managed to bite her attacker's left ring finger hard enough to draw a substantial amount of blood. This detail, her fierce resistance, her refusal to go quietly, would later prove crucial to the investigation. Philadelphia homicide detectives launched what Inspector Gerald Kane called an extremely interesting investigation due to its many possibilities. Initially, police focused on a fellow Wharton doctoral student named Yuval Bar-Or, against whom Shannon had recently filed a stalking complaint with university police. Shannon's friends and colleagues reported that Bar-Or had developed what they described as an obsession with her. He had allegedly sent harassing emails and had once threatened her life. One colleague, speaking anonymously, said that Shannon was visibly shaken whenever she talked about the situation. The colleague added, "People are afraid of him," because Shannon had filed the complaint with Penn Police rather than Philadelphia Police. The city department, whose jurisdiction included her Center City apartment, had been unaware of her situation. This was one of many procedural disconnects that would come to light as the investigation progressed. Bar-Or, a 28-year-old former Israeli soldier, was questioned by detectives for 12 hours following Shannon's murder. He told police he had been at home sleeping at the time of the killing. Preliminary DNA tests on blood found in Shannon's apartment initially seemed promising, but the results came back showing that the blood matched neither Shannon's nor Bar-Or's DNA. It belonged to a third party. Bar-Or was released, though he remained a person of interest early in the investigation. Shannon's father, Sylvester Sheeber, would later tell reporters that he never believed Bar-Or was guilty. "I haven't imagined that they would let him go without good cause," he said. "We have to be very careful about being irrational about these things." The investigation took a crucial turn when Detective Jeffrey Pyrie made a decision that would ultimately crack the case wide open. He requested that all evidence, regardless of whether it had been coded as a sexual assault or not, be compared to the DNA collected in Shannon's apartment. 8 months after Shannon's murder, in January 1999, Detectives Chuck Boyle and Jeffrey Pyrie received news that would transform the investigation entirely. The crime lab had found 4 other sexual assaults that matched the DNA evidence from Shannon's case. Shannon was not the first victim. A serial rapist had been operating in the area, targeting young women in the blocks surrounding where Shannon was attacked and murdered. All of the attacks had occurred along the Pine Street corridor, close to Rittenhouse Square, the same elegant, supposedly safe neighborhood where Shannon had lived. As Boyle and Pyrie dug deeper, they uncovered something deeply troubling. Officers had neglected to thoroughly investigate these earlier crimes. The cases had been misclassified as simple assaults rather than sexual assaults. This wasn't just an administrative error. It was a catastrophic failure that allowed a predator to continue hunting. The attacks followed a pattern. The assailant would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the early morning hours. He would blindfold his victims. He targeted young women in their 20s. He spoke softly. He was methodical and calculated in his approach. Had these earlier cases been properly investigated and classified? Had there been a coordinated effort to warn residents about a serial rapist operating in the neighborhood, Shannon Sheeber might still be alive. The media began calling the perpetrator the Center City Rapist, and a task force was assembled to track him down. But despite these efforts, the attacker remained a ghost. Present in the DNA he left behind, but absent from any suspect list or eyewitness identification. Then, on August 28th, 1999, a year and 3 months after Shannon's murder, a student at the University of the Arts was raped and strangled. The method was unmistakable. Detectives were certain the Center City rapist had struck again. DNA from the crime scene was collected and sent to the lab. The results came back, a 100% match to the other cases. The Center City rapist was back, and he remained as elusive as ever. Philadelphia officials doubled down on resources, pouring manpower and attention into tracking down the offender. But despite the massive effort, despite the task force and the public awareness and the heightened police presence, the case eventually went cold. Months passed, then a year with no new leads. In early 2001, nearly 3 years after Shannon's murder, Philadelphia investigators received an alert that would finally break the case open. The Fort Collins Police Department in Colorado had issued an APB about a series of sexual assaults in their college town. 7 women had been attacked near the Colorado State University campus, and the circumstances bore striking similarities to the Center City cases. The Fort Collins assaults followed the same pattern. Victims were asleep when the suspect entered through a window or balcony door, usually in the early morning hours. The women were blindfolded and bound. They lived with others, but were home alone at the time of the attacks. The assailant was described as slender, soft-spoken, methodical. When Fort Collins authorities ran the DNA evidence from their crime scenes, they discovered something remarkable. The DNA matched the Center City rapist profile. At one Colorado crime scene, the attacker had left behind a sweaty baseball cap, and DNA from that cap connected him to the Philadelphia murders and rapes. This was the break investigators had been desperately seeking. The rapist hadn't stopped. He'd simply moved. He'd left Philadelphia and continued his predatory behavior in Colorado, leaving a trail of trauma across 2 states. Detectives in both cities immediately began collaborating, using driver's license records, credit card information, and public records. They compiled a list of people with ties to both Philadelphia and Fort Collins during the times when the crimes were committed. Taking into account gender, age, and other parameters, they winnowed the list down to 44 potential suspects. One name on that list stood out: Troy Graves. Troy Graves was born on May 4th, 1972. He had dropped out of Bensalem High School in 1989 and had worked various jobs in the Philadelphia area, living in neighborhoods including West Philadelphia and Center City. His timeline aligned perfectly with the crimes. He had been living in Philadelphia during the Center City attacks, including on the 4100 block of Baltimore Avenue, close to the University of Pennsylvania campus during the time of Shannon's murder. In fact, Penn police had stopped Graves for questioning in January 1999, but they had released him. This detail would later become another source of frustration and regret for those following the case. After the series of attacks in Philadelphia, Graves' whereabouts became unknown for several months between July and October of 1999. He then reported for basic training at Lackland Air Force Base in Texas. Following his training, he was assigned to Francis E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne, Wyoming, in April 2000, where he worked as a maintenance technician on missile silos. It was while he was stationed in Wyoming that Graves got married in Larimer County, Colorado, in March 2001. He and his wife settled into a home just a few blocks west of the Colorado State University campus in Fort Collins, and that's where he began attacking women again. Detectives from Fort Collins and Philadelphia worked together to build their case against Graves. They learned that a former neighbor in Fort Collins had called authorities after seeing a composite drawing of the rape suspect. The neighbor thought the drawing looked like Graves. Fort Collins police began surveillance. They collected evidence methodically, building a case that would be airtight. At one of the crime scenes, investigators had found fingerprints on a balcony outside a victim's apartment. When they compared those prints to Graves', they had a match. The investigation moved carefully but decisively. When detectives were ready, they contacted Graves' wife separately. She told them something significant. Her husband had owned a cap like the one found at one of the crime scenes, and it had seemingly gone missing. She also mentioned that she'd seen flyers about the rapes in Fort Collins, and had noticed a resemblance between the composite sketch and her husband. With enough evidence to secure a warrant, investigators collected DNA and fingerprints from Graves. The prints matched evidence from the Fort Collins crimes. The DNA matched everything: the Fort Collins cases, the Philadelphia assaults, and Shannon Schieber's murder. On April 23, 2002, nearly 4 years after Shannon's death, Fort Collins police arrested Troy Graves. He was 29 years old, a senior airman in the United States Air Force, and he was a serial rapist and murderer. He was held on $1 million bail. The DNA evidence was irrefutable. It was, in the words of one official, a 100% match. Troy Graves faced a choice. He could go to trial in both Colorado and Pennsylvania, facing the possibility of the death penalty in Philadelphia, or he could plead guilty and accept life in prison. On May 17, 2002, Graves pleaded guilty to 10 separate charges in Fort Collins, including 4 counts of sexual assault, 2 counts of unlawful sexual contact, and first-degree kidnapping. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole in Colorado. 2 weeks later, on May 30th, 2002, Graves pleaded guilty to the Philadelphia crimes: 6 counts of rape and the murder of Shannon Schieber. Common Pleas Court Judge Benjamin Lerner sentenced him to life in prison without parole for the murder, plus 60 to 120 years for the sexual assaults. In a packed courtroom, Graves addressed his victims and their families. To the city of Philadelphia, and the victims and the families and friends of the victims, "I'm sorry," he said. "My deepest sympathy to the Schieber family for their loss, and I thank them for how they've been throughout this." As part of his plea agreement, Graves provided a statement recounting Shannon's rape and strangling in her Rittenhouse Square apartment. He described how she had fought desperately, how she had bitten his left ring finger hard enough to draw substantial blood. Philadelphia District Attorney Lynn Abraham noted that Shannon put up a desperate and futile effort to avoid precisely what happened to her. She fought so gallantly and struggled so highly. The guilty plea meant that Graves avoided the death penalty. This outcome aligned with the wishes of Sylvester and Vicky Schieber, who had made repeated public statements opposing capital punishment on the grounds of their devout Catholicism and their daughter's own values. Vicky Schieber would later speak publicly about their decision, reflecting on the intense pressure they faced to seek the death penalty. The death penalty wasn't going to honor Shannon's life, and it wasn't going to bring her back, she said. She described the family as being re-victimized by the debate surrounding capital punishment. Knowing the Catholic values Shannon had embraced, Mrs. Schieber said there was no way she could demand the taking of another life. "After her death, Shannon was sitting on my shoulder, telling me, 'Don't let him kill all of you too,'" she explained. "She was telling me to take all that energy and do good with it." Mrs. Schieber pointed out the practical problems with the death penalty as well: the enormous cost of maintaining death penalty infrastructure and appeals processes, the risk of executing innocent people, and the false promise of closure that capital punishment supposedly provides. Troy Graves is currently serving his life sentence at the Sterling Correctional Facility in Sterling, Colorado. He pleaded guilty in Colorado first, so that's where he serves his time. He will never be released. But for the Schieber family, Graves' conviction didn't close all the doors of this tragedy. There remained a haunting question: could Shannon have been saved? On October 26, 1998, about 5.5 months after Shannon's murder, Sylvester, Vicky, and Sean Schieber filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against Officer Woods, Officer Scherf, and the city of Philadelphia. The lawsuit argued that when police responded to Greeley's 911 call at 2 in the morning, Shannon was still alive, and her attacker was still in her apartment. Had the officers forced entry instead of simply knocking and leaving, it might have saved her life, or at minimum captured the serial rapist who had been terrorizing the neighborhood. The question of whether Shannon was still alive when police arrived became a central point of expert testimony. Forensic pathologists disagree about exactly how long strangulation takes to cause death. Dr. Vincent DeMaio, testifying for the city, stated that it takes only 5 to 10 seconds for a strangulation victim to lose consciousness, and another 5 minutes for brain death. Assuming Troy Graves began strangling Shannon at about 2:02 a.m., 2 minutes before Greeley's call, she would have been brain dead by 2:10 a.m., he argued. But the Schieber family hired Dr. Michael Baden, a distinguished forensic pathologist who had served on congressional committees investigating the deaths of John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. Baden offered different testimony about the timeline and the possibility that Shannon might have been saved with a more aggressive police response. The lawsuit also highlighted the broader failures in the Philadelphia Police Department's handling of the case. The earlier sexual assaults, the ones that had been misclassified as simple assaults, could have led to Graves' capture before Shannon was killed. The lack of coordination between Penn Police and Philadelphia Police meant that officers responding to Shannon's apartment were unaware she had filed a stalking complaint. The failure to warn Rittenhouse Square residents that a serial rapist was operating in their neighborhood represented another breakdown in protecting the public. Sylvester Schieber was particularly critical of how Philadelphia police handled the investigation compared to Fort Collins authorities. "I think the police department in Fort Collins from the beginning of the attacks comported themselves in an extremely professional manner, which should be an embarrassment to Philadelphia," he said. The lawsuit wound its way through the courts for years. Officers Woods and Scherf moved for summary judgment based on qualified immunity. The district court denied their motion, but on appeal, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals ultimately ruled in favor of the officers. The legal outcome was perhaps less important than what the lawsuit accomplished in forcing a public reckoning with police procedures and practices. "We hope that Shannon's spirit lives on," Sylvester Schieber said when announcing the lawsuit, "in the lives of the people of Philadelphia who will benefit from a better trained, more responsive, and more effective police force." Even after Graves' guilty plea, which provided crucial information about the timing of Shannon's murder, the Schieber family continued their lawsuit. Graves gave a version of what happened, but most of it was debunked. Sylvester Schieber said, "There's no reason why we would back off of the lawsuit." Shannon Schieber died on May 7, 1998, but her memory and influence continue. Her story was featured on America's Most Wanted, bringing national attention to her case and the search for her killer. In Washington, D.C., near her hometown of Chevy Chase, Maryland, a roofing fund was established in Shannon's name, helping to repair roofs for people who otherwise couldn't afford it, a fitting tribute to someone who had wanted to use her career to help others. Most significantly, the Shannon Schieber Retirement Policy Institute was created to keep policymakers informed about issues surrounding retirement. This organization carries forward Shannon's original dream of using financial expertise to protect vulnerable populations and ensure economic security for aging Americans. Through this institute, Shannon's vision of helping people prepare for and enjoy dignified retirements continues to influence policy and practice. Vicky Schieber became an outspoken advocate against the death penalty, traveling and speaking about restorative justice and finding meaning after tragedy. She transformed her grief into advocacy, channeling her energy into causes that aligned with Shannon's values rather than seeking revenge through execution. For the Schieber family, there has never been true closure. How could there be? Every time Vicky sees a beautiful young family in church, she's reminded that Shannon will never have the chance to marry and raise children of her own. The milestones Shannon should have celebrated: finishing her doctorate, starting her career, falling in love, building a life, all of these were stolen by one man's violence. But the family has found purpose in their pain. They've turned their tragedy into advocacy for police reform, victims' rights, and restorative justice. They've honored Shannon not by demanding blood for blood, but by trying to make the world a little bit better, a little bit safer, a little bit more just. As you drift toward sleep, consider the complexity of this story. It's easy to focus on Troy Graves as a monster, an incomprehensible evil, and certainly his actions were monstrous. Over the course of several years, spanning 2 states, he entered the homes of women while they slept and violated them in the most brutal ways. He murdered Shannon Schieber, strangling her while she fought desperately for her life. But this story is also about systems that failed, police departments that didn't communicate with each other, officers who made judgment calls that may have cost a life, investigations that were mishandled or misclassified. It's about the randomness of violence, how someone as bright and compassionate as Shannon could have her life cut short for no reason other than being in her own home on a night when a predator chose her building. It's about a family's strength in the face of unimaginable loss, about parents who honored their daughter's values even when that meant forgiving the unforgivable, about turning grief into action and tragedy into meaning. Shannon Schieber was 23 years old when she died. She was brilliant and kind. She had a future full of promise and purpose. She wanted to help people, to use her gifts to make the world better for those who had less. That future was stolen from her in the early morning hours of May 7th, 1998, in an apartment in Philadelphia, by a man who saw women not as people but as objects for his gratification. But Shannon's light wasn't entirely extinguished. It continues in the work of the institute that bears her name. It continues in the police reforms her family fought for. It continues in her mother's advocacy against the death penalty. It continues in the memory of everyone who knew her and loved her. And tonight, as you close your eyes, Shannon's story becomes part of your consciousness too. A reminder that behind every true crime case is a real person with dreams and family and a life that mattered. A reminder to be vigilant, to look out for one another, to demand better from the systems meant to protect us. Rest now and remember Shannon Schieber not as a victim but as a person who wanted to make the world better, whose legacy continues despite the violence that tried to silence her. If you or someone you know has been affected by sexual violence, resources are available through RAIN, Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, at 1-800-656-HOPE-4673, or online at rain.org. May Shannon Schieber rest in peace, and may her memory continue to inspire positive change. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we're traveling to the quiet suburbs of Rochester, New York, where a family that once seemed picture-perfect unraveled in the most tragic way imaginable. This is the story of Craig Rideout, a devoted father whose life ended in his own basement, betrayed by the people he loved most. This case isn't about a stranger in the night or a random act of violence. It's about something far more unsettling. What happens when love turns to resentment? When family bonds become weapons, and when the line between protection and destruction disappears entirely. So, as we settle in, let your mind wander with me, and we'll explore together how a custody battle in suburban America became one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. Our story begins not with death, but with hope, with young love and possibility. It was the late 1980s in Rochester, New York. Craig Wallace Rideout had just graduated from Union College in Schenectady, where he'd studied economics and joined the Phi Delta Theta fraternity. He was 27 years old, smart, dedicated, with a wicked sense of humor that his sister Robin would later describe as not mean or naughty, but a little mischievous. Craig had grown up in Pittsford, a comfortable suburb of Rochester, the son of Richard and Agnes Rideout. His father, Dick, was a World War II Navy veteran, who'd spent over 30 years working at Eastman Kodak before his death from cancer. His mother, Agnes, or Ness as everyone called her, worked as a travel agent. Craig and his older sister Robin had the kind of childhood you see in old photographs. Sunday dinners with roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, French toast on Saturday mornings, warmth and stability, and routine. After graduation, Craig landed a job at Federated Clover Investment Advisors in March 1989. Working in information technology. He was good at it, the kind of employee who showed up early and stayed late, who climbed the ranks through sheer dedication. By 1991, he'd become a senior technical specialist and earned his CFA designation. And then, one evening in a Rochester pub, he met Laura Assam. Laura was 22, 5 years younger than Craig, recently relocated from Syracuse with her parents. And 4 siblings, she was attending college in Buffalo, finding her way in a new city. And when Craig walked into that bar, something sparked between them. His sister Robin remembered it clearly. They were so enamored of each other. You could just see the twinkle in their eyes. They married in January 1993. It was a whirlwind romance, the kind that feels inevitable, like destiny clicking into place. And just a few months later, in October, their first son, Colin, was born. Then came the others, 7 children in total, arriving in what seemed like rapid succession. Colin, Andrew, Alexander, Elizabeth, and 3 more. The Rideouts bought a 4-bedroom house on 6 acres in Pittsford, filling it with the chaos and joy of a growing family. For a while it must have felt like they had everything. But large families require resources. And as the children kept coming, the financial pressure began to build. Money has a way of revealing fault lines in a relationship. Things you could ignore when times were good suddenly become impossible to overlook when the bank account runs dry. Craig, practical and cautious by nature, watched the family's finances with increasing concern. He warned Laura about their spending, tried to get her to understand the gravity of their situation. But according to Robin, Laura never believed they had real financial problems. She thought Craig was hiding money, that he was being controlling rather than realistic. The tension grew. Holidays began to feel different. There were Thanksgivings and Christmases when Laura wouldn't bring some of the children to family gatherings at Robin's house or at the in-laws. The extended family noticed, but what could they say? Marriages have their private struggles, their invisible battlegrounds. Eventually, the 4-bedroom house on 6 acres became unsustainable. With bankruptcy looming, they were forced to downsize to a more modest home. The dream they'd built together was literally shrinking. By 2014, the marriage had deteriorated beyond repair. Laura filed for divorce and moved out, taking several of the children with her. But she didn't move alone. She moved in with Paul Tucci. Paul, known to friends as PJ, was a longtime family friend. His wife Jennifer had developed serious health problems and died in 2014. The same year Craig and Laura's marriage began its final collapse. In their shared grief and complicated circumstances, Paul and Laura found comfort in each other. They began planning a new life together, blending his 4 children with hers into one household. The divorce proceedings were bitter. Craig had been awarded custody of the 2 youngest children, then aged 6 and 12. Most of the older children had sided with their mother and moved in with her and Paul. But those 2 youngest, Craig was determined they would stay with him. And here's where the fault lines became chasms. By early summer 2016, Laura and Paul had made concrete plans to move to North Carolina. They'd signed a lease on an apartment. They'd packed a moving van. Laura wanted to take those 2 youngest children with her, to start fresh somewhere new, away from all the pain and conflict of Rochester. But Craig refused. Those were his children, and he would not let them leave the state. The older children, particularly Colin, who was now 23, and Alexander, who was 20, became increasingly involved in the conflict. They believed their father was being controlling, manipulative, abusive even. They saw their mother's pain and wanted to help her escape. Colin had left SUNY Maritime College after 2 years and moved in with his mother and Paul. The relationship between father and son deteriorated rapidly. About a week before Craig's death, there was an incident at Craig's townhouse. He woke up one night to find someone in his home. The intruder plucked a hair from his arm and stole his house keys and his work-issued BlackBerry phone. Craig called 911 to report it, though he seemed to downplay its significance, telling the operator he was calling mainly because his BlackBerry had been taken. But privately, he suspected Colin might have been involved. After that incident, Colin sent an email to his father, but he didn't just send it to Craig. He copied multiple family members, including Robin. The email was scathing. "You are a chronic liar," Colin wrote, "and I'm sick of you dragging my mother through this contorted divorce while you abuse the court system to try and retain control over her life." He accused Craig of manipulation and emotional abuse, of deliberately withholding custody of the youngest children. He called him an abusive coward. Craig was apparently surprised, even hurt, that Colin had copied the rest of the family on these accusations. On July 19, 2016, Alexander posted the entire email exchange on Facebook, making the family's private conflict very, very public. That same evening, July 19th, Robin spoke with her brother by phone around 7 o'clock. They discussed Alexander's Facebook post. Craig told her he decided not to respond to it publicly. He said he was looking forward to his next court date, where custody would be discussed again. He sounded hopeful. It was the last time Robin would ever hear her brother's voice. What happened in those early morning hours of July 20th, 2016, can only be reconstructed from the evidence left behind. Craig Rideout couldn't tell investigators what he experienced, and those who know the truth have never fully confessed to every detail. But here's what we know. Sometime around 3:15 a.m., Craig's cell phone pinged off a tower near his Penfield townhouse. Then it began moving south, traveling along a route that would take it 50 miles away to a rural roadside in Yates County. Inside Craig's townhouse, a violent struggle had taken place in the basement. According to the medical examiner, Dr. Nadia Granger, Craig died from asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. Someone had constructed a garrote, a homemade ligature fashioned from duct tape and paracord, tied with distinctive left-handed bowline knots. They wrapped it around Craig's neck and strangled him, breaking the small bones in his throat muscles and tearing a hole in his flesh. But they didn't stop there. Craig was struck in the face, twice, with a blunt object, likely a hammer. The blows fractured his cheekbone. Blood spattered across the basement walls, across boxes and shelving, creating a pattern that would later tell investigators how the attack unfolded. After Craig was dead, the real work began. His killers knew they needed to make identification difficult. They poured liquid lightning drain opener, a caustic chemical designed to dissolve organic matter, over his face and hands. The acid did its job, disfiguring his features and obliterating his fingerprints. If they'd succeeded in their plan, Craig Rideout might have become one of the thousands of unidentified bodies that languish in morgues across America every year. They wrapped his body in a tarp, securing it with bungee cords. Someone loaded him into his own minivan, and then they drove south through the sleeping suburbs, past neighborhoods where families slept peacefully, down country roads that grew darker and more isolated, until they reached a wooded area off Adams Road in the town of Jerusalem in Yates County. They pulled over. They dragged Craig's body from the vehicle and left it about 50 feet from the roadside. Someone had purchased a square-edged gardening shovel from Walmart. Not the long-handled kind you'd use for digging a proper grave, but a short-handled spade more suited for planting flowers. They made a half-hearted attempt at digging near the body, then gave up and abandoned the shovel conspicuously nearby. By 5 o'clock that morning, witnesses would later report seeing two vehicles at the scene on Adams Road. One was Craig's minivan. The other was Paul Tucci's car. By 8 o'clock, someone called 911. A body had been found. Wednesday, July 20th, 2016, started like any other morning for the Yates County Sheriff's Department. Then at 8 a.m. the call came in. Deputies responded to Adams Road in the town of Jerusalem. What they found was grim. A body wrapped in a tarp, secured with bungee cords, abandoned in a wooded area. The face had been chemically destroyed, making immediate identification impossible. Sheriff Ron Spike told the media, the body was wrapped in a tarp and there was also a shovel found at the scene. We do have witnesses that put two vehicles at the scene at Adams Road. At 5 a.m. The case was immediately labeled a homicide investigation. Meanwhile, about 50 miles north in Penfield, Craig's sister Robin was growing concerned. She'd seen Alexander's Facebook post about the angry email exchange between Colin and Craig. She'd spoken with Craig the night before, and he'd seemed fine, hopeful even about the upcoming custody hearing. But now she couldn't reach him. She called his workplace, Federated Clover Investment Advisors, where Craig had worked for over 27 years. They told her that Craig had sent an email the previous evening around 8:30 p.m. saying his daughter was sick and he'd be out and possibly unreachable. That didn't sound right to Robin. Something felt wrong. At 1 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon, she drove to Craig's townhouse on New Wickham Drive in Penfield. When she arrived, she found someone there who shouldn't have been. Laura, Craig's estranged wife, who had moved out 2 years earlier. Laura was cleaning. Laura said she was just tidying up because the kitchen smelled, Robin later told police in her statement. I thought this was unlike Laura because she rarely cleaned when she was living with my brother. Robin watched as Laura carried out bags of garbage. The whole scene felt surreal, wrong in a way Robin couldn't quite articulate. Laura told her, I figured it wouldn't be long until someone came looking for him. I have no idea where he is. After Laura left, Robin searched the townhouse looking for any sign of her brother. She found nothing. At 2:18 p.m. she called 911 to report Craig missing. Initially, police said they couldn't search the premises without a warrant. But then an advocate contacted Robin, suggesting Craig might have been the victim of a violent crime. The pieces were beginning to connect. By that evening, the Monroe County Medical Examiner had used dental records to identify the body found in Yates County that morning. It was Craig Rideout. The cause of death, strangulation. His face had been bludgeoned with a hammer. The acid had been applied post-mortem in an attempt to prevent identification. Investigators immediately turned their attention to Craig's estranged family. Modern investigations leave digital breadcrumbs everywhere. Cell phone tower pings, surveillance cameras at stores and traffic lights. GPS data, all of it creates a web of evidence that's nearly impossible to escape. And Craig Rideout's killers left a trail. Investigators obtained cell phone records and mapped the tower pings from Craig's phone. They could see exactly when his phone left his Penfield home, 3:15 a.m. on July 20th, and trace its journey south to the Yates County roadside where his body was found. But Craig's phone wasn't traveling alone. Other phones were moving in the same pattern at the same time. The digital ghost of that terrible journey was right there in the cell tower data. Then investigators pulled surveillance footage from businesses along the route. 6 different cameras captured images that night. Craig's minivan and Paul Tucci's car, traveling together toward Yates County and back again. But the surveillance evidence extended further back in time. On the evening before the murder, cameras at a Walmart store caught Laura Rideout and Paul Tucci inside. They purchased a tarp, bungee cords, 3 bottles of heavy-duty liquid lightning drain opener, and oddly specific a Diet Coke. They paid in cash. The tarp, that's what Craig's body was wrapped in. The bungee cords, those secured the tarp. The drain cleaner, that's what disfigured his face. At a different Walmart location, surveillance cameras showed Colin Rideout purchasing a square-edged gardening shovel and several pairs of gloves. The same type of shovel was found abandoned near Craig's body. By Thursday, July 21st, just one day after Craig's body was discovered, police received a tip about suspicious activity at Mendon Ponds Park, specifically at a spot known locally as Devil's Bathtub, a secluded pond surrounded by woods. Deputies responded and found Colin and Alexander Rideout there. The brothers were in the process of disposing of evidence. In the trunk of their car, police found a bag of bloody clothing. Another bag was floating in the pond. When retrieved, it contained empty bottles of drain cleaner, gloves stained with blood, cleaning solvents, and a length of paracord similar to what was used in the garrote that killed Craig. Forensic analysis would later match the blood on the clothing to Craig. DNA analysis tied the clothing to Colin, Alexander, Laura, and Paul. 1 week after Craig's death, on July 25th, police arrested all 4: Laura Rideout, Colin Rideout, Alexander Rideout, and Paul Tucci. They were charged with tampering with evidence, but prosecutors were building a bigger case. Within months, they'd filed second-degree murder charges against all 4 defendants. The evidence was circumstantial. Yes, no one had witnessed the actual murder, but there were over 700 pieces of evidence. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, GPS data, bloody clothing, the items purchased at Walmart, the garrote with its distinctive left-handed bowline knots, the cleanup effort at Craig's townhouse, the attempted disposal of evidence at Devil's Bathtub. All of it pointed to a coordinated effort, a family conspiracy to murder Craig Rideout and cover it up. By July 2017, a year after Craig's death, the trial began in Monroe County. The courtroom was packed. This wasn't just any murder trial. This was a case about a family destroying itself, about children allegedly murdering their own father. The prosecution, led by Monroe County Assistant District Attorney Timothy Prosperi, presented their theory. Laura Rideout wanted to move to North Carolina with Paul Tucci. She wanted to take the 2 youngest children with her, but Craig had custody and refused to let them go. The solution, prosecutors argued, was to eliminate Craig entirely. They painted Colin as an active participant, someone so loyal to his mother and so resentful of his father that he'd help kill him. Alexander, they suggested, might not have been present for the actual murder, but definitely helped with the cleanup and disposal of evidence. Paul Tucci, they claimed, was Laura's accomplice and co-conspirator. The defense attorneys each took different approaches. Colin's attorney tried to create reasonable doubt about his client's direct involvement in the murder itself. They suggested maybe Colin helped with cleanup afterward without knowing what had really happened. They pointed out that Colin's DNA wasn't found inside the 7 gloves that had Craig's blood on them, though DNA from 2 other unidentified males was found inside those gloves. They noted that Colin's fingerprints and DNA weren't on the shovel found near the body. Alexander's attorney argued he was the least involved, someone who got swept up in his mother's crime but wasn't a principal actor. Paul Tucci's attorney, Michael Sciano, maintained his client's complete innocence. Yes, Paul had purchased items at Walmart with Laura. Yes, his car was tracked to the crime scene, but that didn't mean he killed anyone. Laura's defense team tried to shift blame onto her sons, suggesting she was protecting them rather than leading them. For 4 days, the jury deliberated. They had to wade through over 700 pieces of evidence, testimony from dozens of witnesses, surveillance footage, forensic analysis, cell phone records. They had to look at photographs of Craig's body. This father of 7, this man who'd worked at the same company for 27 years, reduced to a corpse wrapped in a tarp with his face dissolved by acid. They had to hear from Craig's mother, Agnes, Neeless, who had lost her son and now faced losing her grandchildren to prison. They heard from Craig's sister Robin, who had to process the fact that her nephews and sister-in-law had killed her beloved brother. The complexity of the case was staggering. Under New York law, someone could be guilty of second-degree murder, either as a principal, the person who actually committed the killing, or as an accomplice who helped plan or facilitate it. The jury didn't have to unanimously agree on which role each defendant played, only that they were guilty of murder one way or another. Finally, on July 25, 2017, the verdicts came in. The courtroom fell silent as the jury foreman stood to read the verdicts. Laura Rideout, guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of tampering with physical evidence, guilty of second-degree burglary for being inside Craig's apartment after he was killed. Colin Rideout, guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Alexander Rideout, not guilty of murder, guilty of tampering with evidence on 2 counts. Paul Tucci, not guilty on all charges. The reactions in the courtroom revealed the impossible complexity of this tragedy. Craig's sister Robin wept, grateful that justice had been served for her brother, but heartbroken for the children who would grow up without both parents and some without their older siblings too. Agnes Rideout, Craig's mother, faced an unfathomable situation. She'd lost her son to murder, but the murderers were her own grandchildren and daughter-in-law. "Of course he meant a lot to me," she told reporters afterward. "I'm pleased to have justice for him, but as a grandmother I have mixed emotions." Paul Tucci walked out of the courtroom a free man, but his attorney Michael Sciano noted that Tucci was clearly relieved the jury found him not guilty, but very sad with the verdicts for the other defendants. Tucci had been helping raise Laura's children along with his own. Now all of that was gone. Laura and Colin were taken away in handcuffs immediately. They'd be held without bail until sentencing. 2 months later, in September 2017, Judge Thomas Moran handed down the sentences. Laura Rideout received 25 years to life for second-degree murder, plus an additional 15 years for the burglary charge, to be served consecutively. She wouldn't be eligible for parole until 2056. She'd be 82 years old. Colin Rideout received the same sentence for murder, 25 years to life. He wouldn't be eligible for parole until 2043, when he'd be 50 years old. Alexander Rideout, convicted only of evidence tampering, received 2 years and 8 months to 8 years in prison. In his sentencing remarks, Judge Moran didn't mince words. He called the crime premeditated, evil, and diabolical. But even with verdicts and sentences, questions remained. Colin, speaking years later from Attica Correctional Facility, where he's serving his sentence, maintains he wasn't involved in the actual murder, only in helping clean up blood evidence afterward. He claims he's reviewing the case notes and evidence, planning to file a motion arguing actual innocence. Laura, in her appeals, pointed the finger at her sons, suggesting they were more responsible than she was. The youngest Rideout children, the ones at the center of the custody battle, lost both parents. Their father was murdered. Their mother is in prison for life. 2 of their older brothers are also behind bars. And for what? A custody dispute. A desire to move to North Carolina? The unraveling of a marriage that once seemed full of promise? As you drift towards sleep tonight, maybe you're wondering about the details that don't quite fit together. The loose ends that every true crime case seems to have. For instance, the garrote used to strangle Craig was tied with distinctive left-handed bowline knots. Of all the suspects in the case, only Paul Tucci was left-handed. A length of cord with similar knots was found in the back seat of a car Paul had rented the week of the murder, yet Paul was acquitted. Laura's clothing was covered with hundreds of blood droplets, including some that appeared to have landed under her right arm, consistent with her swinging a weapon and striking Craig to produce the blood spatter. Yet Colin's DNA wasn't found inside the gloves that had Craig's blood all over them. Colin purchased that shovel and those gloves from Walmart, all caught on camera, but the shovel he bought was a short-handled gardening spade, not what someone planning to dig a grave would choose. Was he set up by his mother and her boyfriend, or was he complicit in the planning but not the execution? Alexander's involvement seems the most peripheral. His clothing had significantly less blood than Colin's or Laura's. He was acquitted of murder but convicted of tampering because he helped dispose of evidence. Yet he still served 3.5 years in prison before being released on parole in 2021. And what about that 911 call Craig made before his death, reporting a break-in where someone plucked a hair from his arm and stole his BlackBerry? Was that Colin? Was it someone else? Was it the beginning of the plan to kill him? We know from email exchanges that Colin deeply resented his father, seeing him as controlling and abusive. But did that resentment extend to murder, or did he help his mother cover up a crime she and Paul committed? The jury heard all the evidence and made their decision. Prosecutors presented a compelling case of a coordinated family conspiracy. The defense attorneys raised reasonable doubts, but couldn't overcome the sheer weight of circumstantial evidence. Yet circumstantial evidence by its nature leaves room for interpretation. No one except the people in that basement on the night of July 19th, 2016, knows exactly what happened. Perhaps the saddest aspect of this case is what it reveals about family loyalty taken to its darkest extreme. Colin, who was by all accounts an intelligent young man, chose to side with his mother so completely that he participated in, or at minimum covered up, the murder of his own father. Whether he physically harmed Craig or not, he went to Walmart and purchased supplies that would be used in the crime and cover-up. He helped dispose of evidence at Devil's Bathtub. Alexander posted that inflammatory email exchange on Facebook. Just hours before his father was killed, he too helped dispose of evidence, throwing bags of bloody clothes and drain cleaner into a pond. These young men saw their parents' bitter divorce and made a choice about which side to take. In doing so, they crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. Laura, facing the reality that she might not be able to take her youngest children to North Carolina, apparently decided that eliminating Craig was preferable to continuing the legal battle. The courts had awarded Craig custody. Rather than accept that decision, she chose murder. Think about what Craig experienced in his final moments. Betrayed by his wife, possibly by his own sons. Attacked in his own home, in the basement of a townhouse where he should have been safe. Strangled with a garrote, struck in the face with a hammer, and then, after death, having acid poured over his face to obliterate his identity. His sister Robin remembered him as wonderfully funny with a wicked sense of humor. She said he loved reading and music and his family. Colleagues at Federated Clover Investment Advisors described him as dedicated and hard-working. He'd been with the company for 27 years, but his children saw someone different. Or perhaps they chose to see someone different because it made their choices easier to justify. Now Craig's elderly mother has to visit 2 different maximum security prisons if she wants to see her daughter-in-law and grandson. Colin is at Attica Correctional Facility in Wyoming County. Laura is at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in Westchester County, nearly 300 miles away. The 2 youngest children, who were at the center of the custody battle, grew up without either parent. Their father was murdered. Their mother is serving life in prison. Their older brothers are either incarcerated or marked by their connection to the crime. There are no winners in this story. No one who comes out whole. The case gets its popular nickname from that pond where Colin and Alexander were caught disposing of evidence. Devil's Bathtub, a secluded spot in Mendon Ponds Park. It's a fitting name, isn't it? A place where evidence of evil was hidden away, submerged in dark water, as if by sinking those bags the whole terrible truth could be buried too. But truth has a way of surfacing. The bags floated, the cell phones pinged, the surveillance cameras recorded. The blood told its story through DNA analysis. 700 pieces of evidence wove together to create an undeniable picture of what happened. If there's a lesson in this tragedy, and maybe there isn't, maybe some events are too senseless to yield lessons, it's this: family loyalty is a powerful force, but it should never extend to covering up or participating in violence. Colin and Alexander faced a terrible choice when their mother's relationship with their father deteriorated. They could have maintained boundaries. They could have refused to take sides. They could have sought family therapy, mediation, legal counsel. Instead, they chose to see their father as an enemy. And once you see someone that way, once you fully dehumanize them, terrible things become possible. Laura faced a choice too. She could have continued fighting through the legal system for custody. She could have moved to North Carolina without the youngest children and worked to modify the custody arrangement later. She could have accepted the court's decision and made the best of the situation. Instead, she chose murder. And in doing so, she destroyed not just Craig's life, but the lives of all her children. Every choice has consequences that ripple outward, touching people we never intended to harm. It's late now. Your eyes are heavy. The details of this story, the Walmart surveillance footage, the cell phone pings, the bags floating in Devil's Bathtub, They're starting to blur together as sleep approaches. Craig Rideout died on July 20th, 2016, in the basement of his Penfield townhouse. He was 50 years old. He left behind 7 children, his mother Agnes, his sister Robin, countless friends and colleagues. 2 of those children were convicted of his murder and tampering with evidence. Their mother, his estranged wife, was also convicted. They're all in prison now, marking time, living with their choices. The 2 youngest children, the ones everyone was fighting over, grew up in the shadow of this tragedy. Their childhood was defined by the custody battle that led to murder, by testimony in court, by understanding that their family destroyed itself from within. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, remember this. Most families, even those going through difficult divorces, don't end in murder. Most custody battles, even bitter ones, don't culminate in violence. This case is an outlier, an extreme. It's a story about what happens when people make the worst possible choices. When they let anger and resentment and the desire for control override everything else, including love, including basic human decency, including the knowledge that murder destroys not just the victim but everyone connected to them. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.